each from the state of Missouri. Does this mean that the Chiefs and the Royals are running over to Kansas? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If they were going to run over to Kansas, I believe they would have done it a long time ago. They want to make this work in Missouri. Now, Missouri, of course, can't get out of its own way. Missouri likes to, blow off one toe at a time as it goes through this process. That is from Kansas City to Jackson County to the state legislature in Jefferson City. They're all guilty of screwing this. I have not believed that for a long time. They've had a star bond deal on the table. You've heard people wax poetic about how impressive these star bonds are. But for some reason, these teams haven't jumped on this offer that some insist, is just a can't-miss opportunity. Makes you wonder why. So now where are we at? Well, we're basically where we were a couple of weeks ago, which is the Chiefs and the Royals trying to figure out how they can get some kind of funding mechanism from taxpayers, whether that's the city of Kansas City, Missouri, whether that's Clay County in the Royals case, whether it's Jackson County, and, of course, whether or not it's the state of Missouri. This whole thing that developed over the last few days was a surprise to a lot of people. Now, I believe behind the scenes, from what I understand, Mike Kehoe and leadership in the House and the Senate basically wanted to get this thing done late in the session, move it through, and basically have it surprise everybody. And they almost pulled it off. But they couldn't pull it off. Why? Because of infighting. As I told you yesterday and reported yesterday here on KCMO, basically the Missouri Senate did not want to pass this bill that the Missouri House passed that would have given these two sports franchises, and maybe the Cardinals down the road as well, upwards of $20-25 million a year in state subsidies. Why? Because the state House would not take up a bill that the state Senate wanted passed last week that would have provided $500 million in infrastructure for projects around the state of Missouri. So basically, the Senate is saying, why are we going to pass a bill for stadium funding in Kansas City when we're sitting here trying to get $500 million in infrastructure funding for things like libraries and crime labs, and you guys can't do that for us? So the Senate basically threw its arms up and said, we're done. This is over. We are not passing stadium funding bills when you guys couldn't get done $500 million in things that matter to our constituents. Remember, listen, we all love the Chiefs, and we're here in Kansas City, and obviously this matters a lot to us. But if you're a state senator in Holt, if you're a state senator in Springfield, in Poplar Bluff, wherever, how are you going to go back to your constituents and say, yeah, I couldn't get you that library, but don't worry, the Chiefs have, $25 million a year for stadium upgrades at Arrowhead. If you're working class in rural Missouri, you don't care. You're not going to Arrowhead. Yeah, you might watch games and root on the Chiefs, but you're sitting here and saying, hey, we got a lot of problems out here in rural Missouri, and you guys totally misplaced those priorities. That's an impossible ask for these lawmakers.
And Kansas City already voted them down last year.
Exactly. Kansas City voted them down last year. So then, you're right, Mark, a lot of the voters in outstate Missouri would say, wait, why did you give the team something that even their own taxpayers didn't want to give them last April? Why? It just would have been political suicide, and it would have been the absolute wrong message to send to the constituents in other parts of Missouri. It would have looked awful, and frankly, it would not have been a good move. If they got both done, if you got the funding for all these infrastructure priorities around the state, then you could have gotten away with getting done the stadium funding, but they couldn't do it. So basically, this thing is over. There was a late push, obviously, over the last couple of days, but it's basically done. It's kaput. But this was largely put together by Mike Kehoe, the governor. So now what happens from here? Well, there could be a special session. And I would bet at this point in time, there will be a special session at some point June is probably the timeline. Before the end of June is when they would have to do it. So my guess is a special session will come and they might try to get this done, but it's going to have to be led by Mike Kehoe, the governor. He's going to have to twist some arms. He's going to have to appease some Democrats as well in the process. And he's going to have to appease a lot of Republicans because Republicans are iffy on this whole thing too. But what's coming up here in Missouri is you've got Kit Bond's funeral coming up on Tuesday. So all these lawmakers left. They are going to be back on Tuesday. A lot of them will be back on Tuesday for Kit Bond's funeral. And the Senate's back on Thursday. They're not working. They're just kind of, putting the bow on the legislative session. That's where Mike Kehoe, the governor, may be looking at trying to lay the foundation for a special session and trying to get these folks in the Senate to come around on this idea on helping these sports teams out. So now all we've done is close a chapter on what is becoming a 1,000-page novel. And I know we've all read that book where we're like, man, this book is way longer than it needs to be, right? I mean, you've read like a 500-page book and you're like, this could easily be 200 pages. I don't do a lot of that right now because if I'm reading, it's news. I don't sit there and joy read these days with 3 little kids. I wish I could. I don't do it much anymore, at least not at this point in my life. It's a chapter of life. I know it will pass, and one day I'll be reading books on a front porch somewhere and saying, boy, what happened all those days and years? Seems like they were just yesterday, but right now it's not happening. But we all have read that book, and this book is much longer than it ever needed to be. It's good for shows like this, but I get it. If you're a taxpayer and if you're like, can't we just figure this thing out? Can't we just have a conclusion to all this? Well, the good news, if you're looking at the next deadline that matters for the Chiefs and the Royals, the next deadline is going to be the end of June. Missouri may have that special session. I believe that they will end up having that special session. And then you also will have the end of the Star Bond offer in Kansas. That technically can be extended one more year to June of 2026. I hope they don't do it, not only because I think it's a bad deal, but also because it just elongates the entire process that we're all looking to move on from, I would say. So there will be a lot of quiet on this front over the next couple of weeks. And then June is when you can potentially expect some more action and some more news stories on this. And speaking of news stories on this, I did want to share this with you real fast as we kick off the show here on a Thursday morning. Got a nice text from somebody in Kansas City media. And I just wanted to, I put it up on X and on Facebook last night. But here's what the text read. It came from a Kansas City media savant. Maybe that's too strong of a word. But a Kansas City media personality sent me this text last night. Actually, it came in on Tuesday night. Props to you and Keatsman today on the stadium coverage and commentary. 810 has barely discussed it up to this point. They've spent more time discussing whether the NBA draft lottery is rigged and interviewed the new starting goalie for Sporting KC. I'm sure the Sporting goalie is a nice guy, but boy, that sounds like blow your brains out radio. Woo! Boy.
Nobody cares.
That's right. 6:14. Glad you're here on KCMO. What do you got for me, Mark? Give me something good.
Oh, man. I mean, it's not a good year for Sporting, and then just interviewing the backup goalie, the new goalie. Yeah, that's fun.
Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Oh. Coming up, if you have military ties, I want to hear from you early this morning on KCMO Talk Radio. The president just wrapped up in Qatar. He gave a speech to United States military members in Qatar, and he talked about recruiting and how recruiting numbers are up. If that's you, or if that's people that you know, I want to hear from you on just the mojo, the momentum, the enthusiasm that exists right now when it comes to military recruitment and enrollment. What you're hearing, whether it's you or your kids, or just family members and friends in general. I'll play for you what the president said here in the last couple of hours as he wrapped up the trip in Qatar, and then get to you. 913-408-7957. Well, you know what's coming. 7. Right? It's right around the corner. We have got graduations coming up. You know and I know that for a lot of folks, they're trying to figure out what to get. Well, here's the deal. You go over to Diamonds Direct at 119th and Row, and you're going to have a lot of options and a lot of opportunities to get something really nice for that graduation gift and just take advantage of their incredible deals, knowing full well they are not going to force you to break the bank. That's not what they want to do at Diamonds Direct. You can find gifts that fit every budget from under $500 to, once-in-a-lifetime investments. Diamonds Direct has it all across the board. So let Angie and her team over there at Diamonds Direct take care of you like they've taken care of me on multiple occasions. Head on in, tell them we said hi. They're right there at 119th and Row, or start shopping at diamondsdirect.com.
You're listening to Mundo in the Morning on KCMO Talk Radio, 95.7 FM.
The President of the United States wrapping up in the last couple of hours in Qatar with a speech that he gave to the men and women of law enforcement in that part of the world. And it was a speech that was, boy, what a contrast from the last guy, right? I mean, yeah. What a contrast from the last guy for Trump to get up there. First off, be coherent, know where he is, not a very high bar to clear, and then just have that American pride and enthusiasm that was so desperately lacking during the last 4 years in this country. And Trump said something about military enrollment as I was watching parts of the speech this morning that stood out to me. And I wanted to hear from you. Obviously, we have a strong military community here around Kansas City on whether or not you are hearing that, whether you are enrolled, have been enrolled, have friends and family who are enrolled, if this is what you're hearing on the ground as well. Here's what the President of the United States had to say in Qatar this morning.
My trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. We love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession. And I was so proud to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job.
So that was the president just in the last couple of hours giving a speech in Qatar to the men and women of law enforcement, or men and women of the military in this country who are located in that part of the world. Now, here are the numbers. I looked this up on military.com. This article is from April 21st, so it's less than a month old. The Army in particular is poised to easily hit its recruiting target this year, as the service has made enormous gains in filling the ranks ahead of its traditional summer rush of new enlistments. That would make sense. Summer rush, kids graduating high school, deciding they're going to join the military. But as of last week, so this is a month ago, the Army had enlisted 51,837 recruits, or 85% of its target for fiscal year 2025. The fiscal year ends on September 30th. So they've got 4 months, and they have to add 10,000 recruits, which is nothing based on where their trends are, in the next 4 months. And they have not even gotten to the point where, kids are graduating high school and they're saying, you know what, I'm going to enlist. I'm going to enroll. So they're going to blow these numbers out of the water. They're at 52,000. The goal for the fiscal year is 61,000. They've got 4.5 months to get there. And we have not even gotten to the busy summer season yet. The only thing you could possibly attribute this to is a renewed interest in serving this country under this commander-in-chief. Like, what else is there? You could sit there and say, well, if the economy was soft, maybe there are people who are going out there and saying, I'm going to enroll in the military because I can't find a job. Job market's still pretty strong in the private sector, right? I mean, we've had these jobs numbers come out. The last jobs numbers came out a couple of weeks ago, and they beat expectations. So it's not like we're sitting here in some kind of recession where no one can find a job and they're like, well, I guess I'll go join the Army. That is not happening. I'm getting a renewed sense of American pride that we are living through right now, especially after what the last 4 years brought. 913-408-7957. But I do want to hear from you on this, whether it's, kids, friends, family who are enlisted or are about to enlist. If that's the sentiment that appears to be out there, 913-408-7957. Will's in Kansas City. Hey, Will, you're on KCMO. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Pete. Yeah, my son leaves for basic training next week, about a week and a half. And I have a little bit of a different angle. I think he would have went in anyway. He expressed interest like maybe around the last fall. And I don't think he was very politically conscious about what was going to happen. However, his mom and I were. We were really paying close attention to the election. I think my son would have went in anyway. Of course, the election happens in November. He signs up in December. And I just remember thinking, thank God we have a leader. Because I'm prior military, and I was pretty disgusted with what happened to our military in the last 4 years, just like you said.
Mm-hmm.
He would have went in anyway, but there is a sense of we're getting back to what we're supposed to be doing. There is a stronger sense of I don't want to say patriotism, but it seems like we're going the right direction. Strong defense is a good offense, and we're finally making a military. We're getting them into the shape where they could actually protect us and do some good. Where, like you said, the last 4 years that wasn't happening. It was a ridiculous mess, and now, as I said, he would have went in anyway. But the fact that I'm paying attention to what's going on makes me that much more enthusiastic for his career.
Will, when did you serve?
I got out in 1996. I've been out for a while.
Okay, 96. And
Yeah.
when he expressed interest in enlisting, did you right away say, go do it? Did you try to talk him out of it?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
it's his personality. It has a lot to do with, college wasn't really his thing. He knew he had to do something, which is kind of like the reason I went in the same place. So I understood where he was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised because I didn't know he had even been paying attention to that kind of thing. But he knew he had to do something, and this seemed like a really good opportunity just to kind of just throw yourself out there and see what happens. Same thing with me. I had no idea where I was going to go. I had no idea what was going to happen, but I was excited for the adventure. And I think that's where his attitude is right now.
That's great, man. Well, thank you, Will, for your service, and best to your son as well as he gets set to head out there pretty soon.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. There you go. 913-408-7957. Now, I'm sure a bulk of the people, listen, if you're programmed and you're wired for that, like Will and his son, you're going to do it. But as Will said there, I think that's an important distinction to note. He would have done it anyway, but he feels better about his son. And his son sounds like, he's a young man. He's not super political in any way at this point, but he feels better about his son making this move and enlisting under this president than he would have under the cackler in chief, which I can't imagine Will's alone in feeling that way as a parent of a kid who is about to enlist. 913-408-7957. News in 2 minutes. We'll get to you. Plus, the mayor getting more heat. We'll tell you why next.
On Thursday's Guy Benson Show, House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington giving us an update on what is happening with the big, beautiful bill. Is it on track? Coming up at 2 o'clock on KCMO.
And we still have a handful of tickets remaining to join us for the Guy Benson event as he comes to Kansas City on Thursday, June 12th, for a meet and greet dinner show. I'll be there. Keatsman will be there. We are going to have an outstanding time at Boulevard Brewing in their suite. You'll get dinner, drinks, the whole 9 yards. So it's going to be a great time. And you can buy your tickets now at KCMOTalkRadio.com. We are looking forward to that. And we're going to have a couple hundred folks out there. It's going to be a good time. And there are, not a lot of tickets left to that deal. So make sure you get in now. Now, Mayor Lucas yesterday catching some heat from his buddy Malik Jackson at Fox 4. So these two guys now have an ongoing beef. And it ties back to Malik Jackson reporting that Mayor Lucas did not get back to a business owner in the Crossroads who texted the mayor and said, hey, we're having crime issues outside of our restaurant. Malik Jackson reported on that at Fox 4. And then what happened is the mayor basically said, I never got the text. And we got into the weeds on the read receipts that showed up on the business owner's cell phone. It really got, I don't want to say down and dirty, but it went deeper than it probably ever needed to. Well, I would say that Malik Jackson is now looking forward to tweaking the mayor a little bit in his reporting. This came last night, headline, as crime rises in Kansas City, Mayor Lucas prepares for trip to Qatar. So he's just missing Trump. Trump just left Qatar this morning. Quinton Lucas is going over to Qatar, and the mayor will be here in 1 hour. I will ask him. I mean, I got a lot to talk to the guy about, but I will ask him coming up in 1 hour about this trip to Qatar. So Fox 4, to their credit, they broke it yesterday that this trip had been planned in advance, but at this point, the details of some of the funding mechanisms and whatnot are still not known. So here's what it sounded like when Malik Jackson asked the mayor about this outside of City Hall yesterday.
Could you tell us about an upcoming trip that you plan to take to Qatar?
Yep, I'll be part of a Bloomberg kind of group. It's a set of mayors and others that'll be part of all of that.
So that was Quinton Lucas yesterday to Fox 4's Malik Jackson. And you can see if you watch the video last night on Fox 4, the mayor is kind of walking up to Malik and he's got a smile on his face. And then quickly that smile turns to a frown. He was not happy about this. And here was more of the Fox 4 report.
One has to ask, at such a critical inflection point for this city, is this the appropriate time for him to travel to Qatar? Local business leaders are voicing frustration about many things going on across the city. And at the same time, Mayor Quinton Lucas is preparing for an international trip to Qatar, a move that has raised eyebrows. Fox 4 asked the mayor who is paying for the trip.
This would be Bloomberg Foundation, I believe, although I'll have to make sure I get the exact details with us, but that's usually how we work this out.
Multiple sources confirmed to Fox 4 that the trip had been planned in advance, but the details about the funding have remained unclear. In a news release after Fox 4 broke the story, the mayor's office says it will not be funded by taxpayers. Sources tell Fox 4 the Qatari government is covering at least some of the costs.
So that's Fox 4's reporting last night. The mayor's going to Qatar. The taxpayer is not footing the bill. Other mayors are going to basically take a look at the World Cup because Qatar hosted the last World Cup. And of course, we're hosting the World Cup coming up next year. Now, what we possibly could learn from Qatar, I don't know. This feels like a glamour trip and completely unnecessary. Like, what is Qatar possibly going to teach Quinton Lucas or any other mayor about how to put on the World Cup? What is it like? And why can't this be done on a Zoom call? That's the other thing I thought to myself, John.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's like I just thought if I can go on YouTube and see a guy mowing grass in Wichita this morning, then I could probably get hooked up with Qatar and some info.
Yeah, seriously. Like, why are we doing this? Now, it's fine the taxpayer's not paying for it, but still, why is this at all necessary to us putting on the World Cup next year?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, but if Bloomberg paid for my flight and a trip to Qatar, I'd probably take it.
Well, you might take it, but here's the question. What does it look like back home? What does it look like after, the Daily Mail runs headlines about your city last week, calling you a Mad Max hellhole where locals won't go out after 8 p.m. for you to jet set to Qatar? I agree. If they want to foot the bill, I mean, the city's going to run fine without Quinton Lucas here for a couple of days. It's not like the place is going to burn to the ground. But there are optics involved in politics, right? And that's my question to you. Do you care, or do you say, you know what? Let him go. I'm fine with it. I don't need him here right now. He can take a few days off as long as I'm not paying the bill. It's nothing off my back. 913-408-7957. That's the question for the Kansas City resident right now. Yes, the timing is bad for this to come out and for this trip to be set up based on what the narrative has been in this town, especially over the last week or so. You've got the Royals and the Chiefs in limbo. No clue what's going on there now. You do have crime in this town becoming not just a national story, but a global story when the Daily Mail is writing pieces about your city last week. So that's not a good look. You do have rampant property crime that people still feel like is wildly out of control, and that's because it is out of control. And then it's like, hey, we're going to Qatar. It's like you've got foundation problems in your home, and you're making sure you got your trip to Cabo coming up here. It's just misplaced priorities. And it's not clear to me at all what possibly could come out of it that is beneficial for Kansas City to learn how to put on a World Cup. We put on multiple Super Bowl parades in the last few years. We've hosted AFC championship games. We do the Big 12 tournament. I know that the World Cup is bigger and grander than any of this. I totally get that. It's a different beast. But can't Qatar send an email? Can't we do a Zoom call? Isn't there another way to get this done? What is the point of having to send mayors, and Quinton Lucas is not alone, mayors to the other side of the world to meet with Qatar? That's the part that I can't figure out. 913-408-7957. Pete, did they say Qatar is paying for some of the trip? Well, this was the statement sent out by the mayor's office yesterday. As has been their practice over the years, the Qatari embassy in Washington recommended the mayor's participation based on Kansas City's status as a FIFA World Cup city and is sponsoring this familiarization delegation of mayors from American cities. Mayor Lucas expects to be accompanied by 4 other U.S. mayors and a U.S. State Department local diplomat assigned to Kansas City. His name is Jeff Laudemeyer. The mayor's office consulted the U.S. State Department under both the Biden and Trump administrations prior to planning an agreement. There will be no cost to the Kansas City taxpayers for Mayor Lucas or Mr. Laudemeyer's travel.
I can see the T-shirts now. My mayor went to Qatar, and all we got was this 747.
Oh, my gosh. That's good. That's good. I mean, I thought this was going to come on the text line, but some of you are saying that you hope the mayor makes it a long-term trip to Qatar. Maybe he loves Qatar so much, he can't come back for the day job. I don't know. I mean, some of you feel that way on the text line. I can't say I'm totally shocked by that, but I thought that might be the case for some of you. Not going to lie. 913-408-7957, the text line and the studio line. Pete, Lame Duck Lucas getting no breaks from Fox 4. Oh, boy. Lame Duck Lucas on the text line. Woo. It is true. Listen, the guy does not need to win another election here, at least not right now. Yes, Pete, they said Qatar is paying for the trip. Also, Pete, this reminds me of the mayor of Los Angeles who went to Africa as her city was set to burn down. Well, yeah, that kind of started. She should have left earlier, Karen Bass. That's what should have happened there. But either way, the optics on this are interesting, and we will talk to the mayor about this at 7:30 this morning on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio. Glad you're here on a Thursday morning. Coming up next, 6 at 6, top 6 stories in the 6 o'clock hour. And then the Missouri Speaker of the House, John Patterson, will be here and tell us his perspective on why the Missouri legislature failed on the Royals Chiefs funding. That is at 7:05 on KCMO Talk Radio.
Dave Ramsey here, and you're listening to Pete Mundo on KCMO Talk Radio, now airing on FM at 95.7.
Rolling till 7 o'clock on KCMO. Glad you're here on 95.7 FM. Let's do it.
It's time for the 6 at 6 on 95.7 KCMO Talk Radio. Number 1.
We'll go to Jeff City, where there is no funding deal for a Chiefs or Royals stadium, at least not right now. Yesterday, they basically closed up shop in the House and the Senate in Jeff City without a deal getting done. There will be no state monies as of now for these two teams, for the Royals to build a new stadium or for the Chiefs to refurbish Arrowhead Stadium. This came up out of nowhere on Tuesday down in Jeff City. They thought they were able to get a deal done. It passed the House. It would not pass the Senate, could not pass the Senate, and now there is no deal. What I'm hearing is that a special session is likely coming up in June to see if they can move the ball forward on this, but we will also talk to the Missouri Speaker of the House, John Patterson, who's a Lee Summit guy. So he's obviously got skin in the game. He wants to see this done, and he will be here in just over 10 minutes from now on KCMO Talk Radio. So do not miss that, and it will be his first interview since all this news broke over the last couple of days. So we are looking forward to having that conversation with Lee Summit, Speaker of the House, John Patterson.
Number 2.
Well, speaking of the Chiefs, the schedule dropped yesterday for the 2025 season, and the Chiefs have become the first team in NFL history to have 5 primetime games in the first 8 weeks.
Haters going to hate.
Yep, that's part of being America's team. They have 7 primetime games overall. That is more than any other team in the NFL. The Cowboys have 6, the Eagles have 6, and then there's 5 for the Bills, the 49ers, the Lions, and the Packers. But this is what you get. A lot of primetime action for the Chiefs. You guys have a highlight, something that stands out to you with the schedule release last
Real quick
night?
for me, I like the buy at about the middle of the season, but I'm looking at a grouchy October for me. We got Monday night game, a Sunday night game, and then another Monday night game. 3 of the 4 games are the Sunday night, Monday night variety.
Oh, yes. John's going to be extraordinary.
Cranky.
Yeah,
Cranky.
he's keep away from John on those Monday mornings. He's going to be cranky.
Something I noticed, the first 3 home games for the Chiefs are really tough opponents. You got the Eagles, you got the Ravens, and you got the Lions. So all those games are going to be coin flip type games as they start the season at home. One of the underrated games, I think, for fans at least, could be the very last game of the season is at Vegas right around New Year's. So that could be fun.
Yeah, you're right. That could be fun. Something that stood out to me. Those are good notes, guys. I appreciate that. That's good. I like the bye week where it is. You're right there, John, right in early November. That's where you would want it to be, right around November 8th, November 9th. And Kate's birthday is November 8th. So
That works.
I worked out well for me, you know. I can't say the Chiefs, forgot a birthday card, Chiefs game. I can't do that this year. But, I do like the fact that the primetime games are front-loaded, and the back half of the season, a lot of home games, not a lot of travel. They start off in Brazil. They got to go to New York and Jacksonville in September, October. But then the back half of the season, they come out of the bye, and they've got 4 home games, and they've got 4 road games, but there's not a ton of travel. Denver, hop, skip, and a jump. Dallas, hop, skip, and a jump. Nashville, another hour and a half flight max. And the only one is the one that Mark noted, Vegas, to wrap up the season week 18.
You can sleep that one off, though.
Yeah.
Number 1 destination out of this town. People know the route.
Exactly. So there's not a ton of travel on the back half of the season. And frankly, the road games aren't that tough. I don't think Dallas is going to be very good. Tennessee stinks. Denver's maybe coming up a little bit with Sean Payton and the new quarterback. And Vegas, it's Vegas. It's the Raiders. So the front end of the schedule, as Mark noted, those home games are really tough to open up. The home opener is a Super Bowl rematch with the Eagles. Then, yes, 2 weeks later, you've got the Baltimore Ravens. And then 2 weeks after that, you have the Detroit Lions. It's front-loaded. Back half I like a lot. There you go.
Number 3.
And we'll just keep with this theme. This morning, tickets go on sale for the Chiefs. 8 a.m. for Jackson County residents, coming up in just over an hour. 10 a.m. for season ticket holders to buy more tickets. and 11 a.m. for the general public. So that is all happening today to get your Chiefs tickets. That's right. They're all on sale coming up today.
Number 4.
Number 4, look at this. Kansas City might build a temporary trailer jail to address the city's crime concerns. So city officials are making plans to possibly open a temporary facility to house people arrested on misdemeanor charges that could be in operation by this fall. We have come a long way from defund the police and everyone should be slapped on the wrist and jails are racist and all this stuff, haven't we? I mean, it's amazing to follow and watch this in real time. This is really fantastic news. I hope they can get it done. The city council is expected to approve a resolution today instructing the city manager's office to see what it would take to build a temporary jail, possibly adjacent to the city tow lot or some other city-owned property. And that would then, buy them some time as they get set to build a jail, but we knew that was going to take a couple of years. So this is welcome news, and I'll give credit where it's due to this city council when sometimes there's not a lot of credit to give.
Number 5.
Next up, we'll go to Mayor Lucas, who is set to visit Qatar. This came courtesy of Fox 4 yesterday. We'll ask the mayor about it when he joins the show coming up at 7:30 this morning. But the mayor is prepping for an international trip to Qatar, a move that has raised eyebrows among some. As Fox 4 writes here in its headline, as crime rises in Kansas City, Mayor Lucas preps for trip to Qatar. This is not being paid for by the Kansas City taxpayer. The Qatari government is covering the cost of the visit, according to sources at Fox 4, and it's for World Cup preparations. Other mayors around the city who are hosting World Cup games next year are going to Qatar. They hosted the last World Cup in, 2022, I guess that would have been. And I'm not sure what we can possibly learn from Qatar on anything. I don't know why this can't be done on a Zoom call, but, I guess I'll reserve judgment until we see what comes out of the trip.
Best SPF on a sunscreen might be something you get there. It's pretty hot right there.
That's so true. So that's what's got the mayor in some hot water for some this morning.
Number 6.
And speaking of Qatar, Trump just left Qatar in the early morning hours. He is now off to the United Arab Emirates. So he spoke to American troops this morning, rally-like atmosphere at the largest U.S. military facility in the region. And now he is on his way to the UAE. So that is happening this morning, as this is the final leg of Donald Trump's Middle East tour that has so far yielded, as the New York Times writes here, major diplomatic breakthrough with Syria and deals for U.S. firms. Even the New York Times giving Trump some credit on how this trip has gone thus far. There's your 6 at 6, top 6 stories in the 6 o'clock hour on KCMO 95.7 FM. John Patterson, the Missouri Speaker of the House, on what went wrong with the Royals and Chiefs funding next. Well, it looked like this week they pull a rabbit out of a hat. John Patterson, Missouri Speaker of the House, is here on KCMO Talk Radio after things were trending towards a potential deal for the Royals and the Chiefs to be able to tap into some state funding to stay in the state of Missouri. It looks like that is now not going to happen, at least not right now in the Missouri legislature. Here he is out of Lee's Summit, the Missouri Speaker of the House, John Patterson on KCMO Talk Radio. So we'll start here, Mr. Speaker. What happened after you guys got this done in the House, but it went nowhere in the Senate the last couple of days?
Well, hi, Pete. Glad to be with you as always. And I think earlier this week we had legislation that would have put the dollars that the Chiefs and Royals generate, different facilities and some economic development opportunities there. It went over to the Senate, and there were other issues that they were dealing with, and we weren't able to get a vote on that specific bill. And the Senate, I think, has adjourned for the session, and so we won't be able to pass that out of the Senate, and we'll just have to see what happens.
It would seem to me like this was something that maybe you would have anticipated or could have anticipated, where, you know, you're working on this deal and then you guys pass it in the House. You know it's got to get through the Senate. Did you think it had a chance to get through the Senate, or did you pass this basically praying the Senate would take it up?
No, I think some people have said that the process moved really fast, and I would agree with that. And the reason it did was that we were trying to get in under the wire before the Senate took up these other pieces of legislation, which we knew would be the end of session over there in the Senate. So as we passed the bill, that was one of the biggest questions that we had, and we made a calculated risk that we thought that it could get passed in the Senate. Ultimately, that wasn't the case, and that's why we are where we are now.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much in the weeds for a lot of folks, because even for me, it's, you know, trying to figure this thing out can get a little tricky sometimes, all the work that you guys are doing down there. But as it's been explained to me by multiple people, you know, this House Bill 19 deal that was basically $500 million in infrastructure is something the Senate really wanted passed. And, you know, obviously you guys on the House side did not ultimately pass it. And if you're a senator from outstate Missouri, how do you ask them to pass a bill for stadium funding when you guys can't pass things for libraries in outstate Missouri? So how do you square that?
Well, I don't think they were related. This had more to do with other pieces of legislation. I will tell you what you just said is not an unfair assessment of things, but if it's a matter of rural legislators standing up for their districts, I think they should be the ones that really were pushing for this deal, because the state tax dollars that it would generate and bring in, those also flow to their parts of the state.
Yeah, but, you know, were they sitting there and say to you, how do I possibly vote for stadium funding when we can't get the infrastructure bill passed that we wanted passed in the House that obviously went up in flames late last week?
I didn't get much of that, mostly because I think people realize that they're two different issues. And actually, if you're wanting funding for, like you said, libraries and hospitals and things, then you should actually be for the economic development that the Royals and the Chiefs would bring.
But isn't this stuff always interrelated, where, you know, we can talk about how they're not related, but in the end, you know, whether it's the political side of this or the monetary side of this, how do they go back to their constituents and say, hey, I voted to give the Royals and Chiefs millions of dollars, but I couldn't get that whole, you know, library hospital deal done for you?
Yeah, I think you're right. And some of the people just said, no, I can't. And a lot of members on either side of the aisle just voted no. But the ones that did, I think, saw that even though it's not a direct correlation, I think if you take it down the line, the economic development, the tax dollars that we're trying to generate with the Chiefs and the Royals would ultimately help urban, suburban, and rural parts of the state.
John Patterson is
Some people said no.
Yeah. John Patterson is the Missouri Speaker of the House on KCMO. Your budget chair has been someone who's taken a lot of heat. Any potential moves to make there? Any regrets there? There's a belief that this individual sunk some key deals for you here over the last week. Is that a mistake in hindsight to keep that person, Dirk Deaton, in that role?
No, absolutely not. Dirk Deaton is one of the most thoughtful and statesmanlike people we have here in Jeff City, and I've told this to everybody I talk with. He's got my support 1,000%. I think he navigated the situation as best he could. I think there were a number of projects and things in that House Bill 19 that you speak of that we all would like to see, but I think just in terms of state spending, how the process worked, he ultimately felt it was not best for the state, and I'm with him 1,000%.
So what happens now? Is there potential for a special session next month to take up this potential stadium funding for the Chiefs and Royals?
Well, I don't think anything is out of the question, but I don't think we should talk about that just yet. I think we're going to try to get through the last week of session right now. I think what's needed is for Jefferson City politicians to go home, take a deep breath, spend time with their family and their constituents. And then, of course, if we're called into an extraordinary session, we'll have to evaluate that and go with that. But I think right now people just need to take a break. We need to see what everything that's been done, what we need to do, and then we'll move forward after that.
What's the process on making that special session happen?
Well, in terms of an extraordinary session, the governor would call that, and I have not spoken with the governor about whether he plans to do that. He may not even know at this point. So, but if the governor does that, we'll have a specific time period. We'll have specific things that we're called to address, and if we're called to do that, of course, we'll take it up as we should. But right now, I'm not even thinking about special session. I'm thinking about getting through this session and then getting back to Lee Summit and talking with neighbors, friends, people, and seeing what we need to do. But whenever I go back into town, that people are not clamoring for more of Jefferson City, more of what we're doing. So we'll just have to see.
What last thing, Royals and Chiefs, any conversations with either or both of these teams this week or in the last 48 hours since all this went down?
Yeah, in the past 2 weeks, yes. And the reason I was in favor of the bill that we passed is the impression that I got, although there are no guarantees in politics or when you're dealing with, professional sports teams, my impression was that if we were to get the legislation done, we would be in a really good, great spot to keep the Chiefs and make investments in a new facility with them or renovating Arrowhead, and that we would have been in a really good spot with the Royals in terms of, and for the Royals, I think you would have a new stadium and a brand new district where we could develop it and try to draw economic development and tourism. That was my impression, but ultimately it wasn't able to get done, and we'll just see what happens going forward. All
right. John Patterson, Speaker of the House, right here at Lee's Summit on KCMO Talk Radio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Pete.
You bet. That is John Patterson on KCMO Talk Radio. All right. You heard it there from him. He's not thinking about any special sessions right now, but clearly signaling some defeat when it comes to this issue that, of course, looked like it was maybe going to have a chance to get through as of middle of the week. And then, of course, it goes up in flames. And now we sit in limbo once again with the future location of the Chiefs and the Royals. 913-408-7957, 714 on a Thursday morning. Mayor Quinton Lucas will be here in 20 minutes. And Mike Searpoy of the Missouri Senate at 9:05. Get the Senate side of what happened this week in Jefferson City when it comes to the failure for Chiefs and Royals funding plans. 913-408-7957. The O'Reilly Morning Update is next. Quinton Lucas at 7:30.
from the nation's heartland. It's Mundo in the Morning on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
I love it, Bill. Good morning, 722.
We'll do it live. And things suck.
That's what we do every day. 4 hours. Thank you, Bill O'Reilly. Doing it live here on KCMO Talk Radio, 95.7 FM, and streaming all morning long on the KCMO Talk Radio app. Mayor Lucas will be here in 10 minutes. You got to love how the media spins some of these stories. I saw this from ABC News, and it was getting picked up by every local ABC affiliate. KMBC here in town had it as well. Headline, these prices are soaring despite cooling inflation. So now we are at a place where for 4 years, the media told us inflation wasn't happening. Then it was transitory. Then it was actually like good for us, healthy. They used every excuse in the book they could for inflation. Now inflation's down for a third straight month. Inflation came in earlier this week below expectations. And what does the media do? They highlight things that have increased in price despite cooling inflation. Think about that. Think about how they covered it during 4 years of the last guy. And now inflation is down. It has come in below expectations the last couple of months. So they got to figure out how to write about this and still say, yeah, inflation's down, but here's the stuff that's actually up. Just imagine if they had an equitable approach in how they covered this guy versus the last guy. It's night and day. So inflation cooled, they write here, in the aftermath of Donald Trump's Liberation Day, dropping to a 4-year low and defying fears of tariff-driven price hikes. Even eggs, a symbol of rising costs, fell about 10% in prices in April compared to the prior month. Here's what to know about which prices are still climbing. So now it's like, let's highlight all the little things that actually are going up. That's what we're going to do. I mean, they have no shame. Coffee prices up 9.6% in April compared to 1 year ago, marking inflation, they write here, 4 times higher than the overall rate. Beef, a spike in beef prices also stems from a supply shortage that traces back to drought conditions. Ground beef prices soared 10% in April compared to 1 year ago, government data showed. Car repairs soared 7.6% in April compared to a year earlier, amounting to inflation 3 times higher than the overall rate. Men's and women's outerwear. Boy, we're really stretching here. Outerwear, including suits and sport coats, climbed 5.3% year over year, ending in April. Women's outerwear costs, jackets, coats, and vests surged, they write, 6.2%. Time to rein in the wives' spending on vests right now there, fellas, all right? So just take it easy on the jacket, coat, and vest spending for your better halves. That's my last bit of advice for you here.
The combination is interesting.
Yes, exactly. Notice it's not like
group things together.
Yeah, they're literally stretching this thing to the point where it's like, all right, this inflation number is good for Trump. What do? We got to find stuff that's up in prices. All right, what did we find? We got beef up because of drought. We've got coffee up as well because of supply issues. What else? Outerwear. All right, vests and jackets. We're really going deep into the weeds here, but whatever we can to make this guy look bad, we're going to do.
I guess when women's underwear is down, that's when I'm interested.
Oh, man, you can't make this up. You can't. Now, also, you have this from the Washington Post. NOAA scrambles to fill forecasting jobs as hurricane season looms. And they included a site here in Kansas as well. All right. And of course, it's all Doge, Elon's fault. And, where's Emmanuel Cleaver screaming from the rooftops when I need him?
You mustard moo.
Some National Weather Service forecasting teams are so critically understaffed that the agency is offering to pay moving expenses for any staff willing to transfer to those offices. In 4 forecasting offices, 2 in California's Central Valley, 1 in western Kansas, and another in eastern Kentucky, the staffing is so thin that there aren't enough meteorologists to cover an overnight shift. And, of course, we've got Tom Fahey, the director of their union, saying for most of the last half century, the National Weather Service has been a 24/7 operation. Not anymore, thanks to Elon Musk, writes the Washington Post. They go on to note an office in Goodland, Kansas needs 3 senior meteorologists, while several offices in Arkansas, Michigan, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Wyoming are seeking 2 senior meteorologists. And they note here that they have closed the overnight office in Goodland, Kansas. What if they covered the lack of law enforcement, the dearth of cops in major American cities in this country over the last half decade, like they did the overnight meteorologist in Goodland, Kansas? And by the way, I'm pretty sure if you go out and you find Farmer John out in Goodland, he'll be a fine meteorologist for you. Here it comes from the front porch. All right. They got plenty of, maybe they're not expert meteorologists, but they got good people out there that'll take great care of you. The mayor of Kansas City, Quinton Lucas, is coming up next on KCMO.
Stream Mundo in the morning on the KCMO Talk Radio app.
We are here with the mayor of Kansas City. Quinton Lucas is joining us on KCMO Talk Radio. And we usually get, 10, 12 minutes or so with the mayor. And we could do double that this morning and still have things to talk about. That's how much is going on right now in this town. But, Mr. Mayor, good morning. Thank you, as always, for your time. Let's start off with what happened or did not happen in Jefferson City. Of course, no state funding this week, and it looks like it won't happen this session for the Chiefs and the Royals. I know this came up this week seemingly out of nowhere, but how much do you think this hurts the prospects of this state retaining these two teams?
I mean, look, I'll be honest, it doesn't help necessarily. I talked to a number of Missouri Republicans, as you know, maybe your listeners don't. I do that a lot. And I think that the best shot at getting this done was in the regular legislative session. Ran into opposition from some interesting sources. St. Louis Metro, for example, Democrats more broadly. Don't get me wrong, they and we had many things to be upset with. I'm not sure, however, the Royals and Chiefs were the entities with which to play that leverage, because I think if you're a Democrat, you're waking up this morning, you're unhappy with the abortion revote and the repeal in part of Missouri sick leave laws. But anyway, look, Governor Kehoe has said he's going to bring this into a special session. I know this is a big priority for him. It was going to be a huge win if he was able to get it done in about 36 hours, at least publicly. These sorts of things always have some work behind them. I loved the legislation. It looked a lot like some legislative vehicles that we had worked on earlier in the session. So we're proud to have seen that brought into a law that got very close to the finish line. And I believe in a special session will be. What I say generally is this, though. If it has not become obvious to anyone, and I say this with the greatest love and respect to people like my good friend Ty Masterson in Wichita and all of that, because the Kansas Republics like me more than the Missouri ones, it seems. But these teams want to be in Missouri. It is obvious because we have had a year of this where there has been open negotiation. The conversation keeps coming back to downtown Kansas City. And don't get me wrong, there was the Sprint campus, there's the North Kansas City discussion, there are all these other issues, and I hear them, and I hear the people on your show kind of sharing and selling all of them. Royals want to be downtown. The Chiefs want to be at Arrowhead Stadium, the Truman Sports Complex. And I think it's up to Missouri to get that done. I think Governor Kehoe took a key step. Majority of Republicans were there, the Kansas City Democrats. We need to make sure we get the numbers in a special session.
So the question then becomes, even if the state had gotten this done, what is Jackson County doing? And to a lesser extent, what is Kansas City, Missouri doing? What you said the other day that you had good conversations with John Sherman here over the last few days. So what does Kansas City's end of this look like, and how did it change, if at all, in the last 48 hours?
Yeah, so let me just tell you this generally, and I say this with the greatest respect to every county official in the history of time. I'm a man of cities, right? This is KCMO Talk Radio, not KJAX or KJON or something, right? I mean, cities are entities that do a lot of work to get these teams and retain them. So I think there has been a bit of a misfocus in a number of places on, say, a Jackson County versus Clay County versus wherever else. Kansas City, Missouri is actively working, and you know this, to make sure that we can retain the teams. And Kansas City, Missouri has largely taken the lead in the Royals' local incentive land acquisition discussion. I have every confidence that when this bill passes, now that we would be in a special session, it will take days and weeks, not months and years, for the Royals and the city of Kansas City and the state of Missouri to have an agreement in principle on the future Royals Stadium. I am certain of that. I think we are close to getting all that done. That is based on conversations with a lot of different folks and not just land speculation from people who are interested in having the Royals where they are. This is something we've been working on for years. I think we're very ready. In terms of Royals, I think all that requires then Jackson County can let them out of the lease earlier. They could not. It's not that long of a period, frankly, from when the stadium would be done versus when they're out of the lease. I would hope they would, because there's not a lot there. And then I do think, however, Jackson County is the landlord for the Chiefs, plays an important role. You'll have to ask them more about where they are on it. But look, in the group that I've been talking to a lot, the Royals, I think that we're in a good space once this all gets done.
So a couple of weeks ago, when the North Kansas City thing came back up, I don't want to say acquiesced, but you accepted the idea that if this is what keeps them in Missouri, and this is also beneficial to the Kansas City Chiefs to stay at the Truman Sports Complex, you'd be fine with them going up north. And I've gotten the sense over the last week or so that now you're kind of back into that area of hey, the Royals are Kansas City, Missouri. We're keeping them here. The team's going to stay here. We want them here. They want to be here. What changed?
I don't know if anything's changed. I think there's a strong legislative vehicle that has the support of a number of particularly Northwest Missouri Republicans and Democrats that I think took another look when there was a potential at a stadium in Clay County in North Kansas City. And as the mayor of the largest city in Clay County, which I am, and I'm proud of it, I want to make sure that we look at every tool. And the tool that Governor Kehoe talked about, by the way, is one that works for the St. Louis Cardinals, too, and all around the state. And so I align with them in that. I think it is important to keep professional sports in Missouri. That does not mean, and I didn't mean to suggest at the time, that I would lay down my arms and just very simply say, all right, yeah, whatever, we don't care anymore. We do. I think downtown has had strong investments for generations. As you probably know, I've met with a number of business owners downtown in the Crossroads in recent days, almost all of whom, when we talk about other issues, are saying, we hope the Royals are down here because that helps us even more. So I owe it to Kansas City businesses. I owe it to Kansas City with all the investments we've made since really the Barnes administration and the Cleaver administration and beyond to make sure that we do that work. And I do think we'll get that done.
Mayor Lucas is here on KCMO. So location-wise, are we basically down to Washington Square Park? Is that the spot for Kansas City, Missouri and the Royals?
I think so. I mean, if I'm being really honest, yes. I mean, look, if everything collapses and it's a story of, hey, you guys stay at Kauffman Stadium and we do a bunch of area improvements, I love that. And in fact, that's something to the Chiefs that we would look to talk about once they get some more stadium discussions further down the road. But, look, I'm technically agnostic to anything in the city. But that being said, I think there's been the most study on Washington Square Park, renderings, infrastructure, ingress, egress, a lot of work there. And, of course, there's more than ample parking. I think about 18,000 spots within close walking distance, about 40,000 spots even in a broader walking distance in the whole downtown area. So I think that's what you look at. And importantly, for where we are in this chat, and I give props to you and Keatsman because you guys have been more right than you've been wrong along in this discussion. We need to narrow down sites. This new thing becomes important every 2 weeks thing is exhausting. I think it has led to some of the, jellyfish style discussion we've had. I think everybody in this region wants to get this deal done, and then we move on to the next big thing.
All right, 7:41 on Thursday, May 15th. Make note there, fellas. Respect from the mayor to Kevin Keatsman there on KCMO, who he was just bashing a few weeks ago. So we'll take it. Now, but last thing on the Royals, I do have a couple other things to get to, but that the whole point of the Royals moving was to have a development for other business interests to fund the team. So how does that location do it when everyone has said that's the smallest location by far?
So you have available property very close and nearby. There are lots of buildings. There are lots of structures. There's actually structured parking as well. Not to mention that you have development right next to you, be it Crown Center, Union Station, and then, of course, north of the train tracks, north of Union Station, you actually have available parcels, including open surface parking lots. There's a lot you can do there. There's a lot you can do there in very short walking distance. I think if you actually look at baseball stadiums around the country, particularly those that are from Wrigleyville to any others, even the development in St. Louis, what you see are things around a number of different blocks. It isn't just a suburban style campus in a lot of them. And frankly, I think when you're looking at the modern stadium, i.e. distinct from what you had at both Dodger Stadium and Kauffman Stadium, this idea of actually being part of the urban environment is something that works, that it sells. Many of you, even if you contend you don't like downtown Kansas City, go to shows at T-Mobile Center. I was there with many of you at WWE Raw a few weeks ago. I mean, it's the sort of thing that I think works. And I think the Royals are seeing that. The Royals are seeing infrastructure advantages here. They're seeing the ability to have partnerships with hotels and others. And I think, you also see that your ability to make money is on a more interesting venue that you can sell more often. Would you rather sell something? I'm going to respect everybody in the region, so I'll just say this. Would you rather sell something at the edge of a region where you're getting family reunions and maybe some, church picnics? Or would you want to sell something where you can get the most dynamic conferences in the country? I think that's part of why the sell for downtown. And by the way, I say that with respect to all family reunions and church picnics. I like them both.
That's fair. All right. I do have to ask you, Mr. Mayor, about this news. I guess today, City Council may be deciding on a trailer jail, a temporary jail setup for Kansas City, Missouri, until you guys, of course, build that big, beautiful jail that is set to open up in the next couple of years. So is this going to get done? And what does this look like?
God help us, I hope it does. I had a phone call actually with the trailer jail people. Nice set of gentlemen down in Springfield who are also in the fireworks business. It was one hell of a call, but they're good people, good entrepreneurs in Southwest Missouri. They built this in Springfield. There's one in, I believe, Idaho. There's another one in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. What we have directed city staff to do, or will when this passes, which it most certainly will, is to investigate what is the actual cost, what is the safety apparatus, how well does it work, why has it not been done in more places, frankly, and to what extent this can be a solution more long term. I think there's another discussion. We tend to have months and months long, sometimes years long studies about where to put things. During the committee hearing, I said, put it at the KCMO tow lot. If you've never been, there's good reason because it's out of the way. And if you've had your car towed, it's a real pain to get there. But it's a lot of flat land that the city actually owns. And so, I would hope it's something you could do. There is the tax money there and available. And so I think it can. I do think it's important. That being said, I don't find that to be an excuse. We got to keep making arrests. We got to keep enforcing. Talked to the police chief yesterday and the prosecutor, both of whom I think are ready for another weekend where we're holding these people to account.
So you're saying this thing will pass today. I saw in the report from the Kansas City Star that, this could be open as soon as the fall. I guess I just keep thinking to myself, why didn't this for years? Why now? Is it because finally there's the political capital and the will to get it done, or did no one know about this option?
I think, there was information on this option some years ago, and I think it was probably studied 4 or 5 years ago. The question was if that would be the permanent solution or not. Look, there's a long, and you're right, we do have probably too little time to talk about all of it, right? Solution one was Jackson County, how do you repair the relationship, keep them in there, just like the vote had been done in 2009 to move our inmates there. That probably took about 2 or 3 years, probably 2 or 3 years too long, but, you expected some reasonableness that didn't eventually exist. Then it became discussion on, all right, are you building new jail? What does it kind of do? What does it entail? Then there was discussion on 8th floor KCPD headquarters. I think not that we were sold a bill of goods, but there was a view that this could be done a little faster than possible. There was an evaluation of another former patrol station as a place to reevaluate, and then entering back in this issue. I won't say, by the way, that the temporary jail is done. We do need to get a better understanding from these guys about what it is they're building, how it works, and all of that, right? So, there will be a good study on it to make sure that we're following all rules, laws, all that sort of stuff. We just heard it's happened in Springfield, Tuscaloosa, and Idaho. But, I think that work will be done, but that's probably the real rationale as to why we're here now.
So today's not a vote to approve the jail; it's a vote to just continue the study of.
It's and I'll admit I hate that we do those all the time. Part of me would, if I can call these guys on Tuesday morning and be kind of like, hey, what is this? And then I could probably call them back today and say, hey, how much will it cost? And can I drive down and see it? I don't know why this isn't done in days. And then next week we'll get an ordinance to approve it, but. Doge isn't all bad, it turns out. But we'll save that for another day.
Yeah, that's true. Last thing for you, this trip to Qatar that Fox 4 broke yesterday. This is, of course, ahead of the World Cup. Qatar hosted the last World Cup. What is the? I know you said the taxpayer's not paying for this. I guess Qatar is / this Bloomberg Foundation group.
Yep.
What is the purpose of the trip?
Yep, it's a delegation of U.S. mayors to go do a few things. Primarily, you're always trying to get more business investment in your community. So you talk to people who have a lot of money, see if they might want to invest in different projects and items in this part of the country. This is the sort of delegation that both mayors and governors and others do, probably with some regularity a few times a year. I've been on them where Governor Parsons been there and others. And so that's the main purpose. We will do a little bit of cultural exchange too. The Qataris are interested in building up more sports facilities for women in sports. So we'll have conversation there. But, on the whole, I'll travel about 30 hours for a good probably 2.5 day schedule. So worry not, I'll be back quickly. I think I'll still be in the air next Thursday. But if I'm by a phone at JFK Airport or something, I'll be sure to give you a call.
All right. So you're leaving next Thursday and you're back, the following Monday or Tuesday?
I'm leaving Monday, back really Wednesday, Thursday time frame.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate the time, and we'll plan to talk to you next week if we can work that out.
Yes, sir. And by the way, I complimented Keatsman. You read the Kansas City Star. I love what's happening in America.
Wait, what? I missed this. What happened? I didn't see this yet.
You said you read the Star for
yes.
a piece or something as your source. I love it.
Yes,
You know?
once in a while they somehow stumble upon some decent news. So it happens. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate the
Good
time.
stuff. Take care.
All right,
Bye-bye.
there you go. That's Quinton Lucas on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. 913-408-7957. I give credit where it's due. You know, once in a while. The blind squirrel finds the nut. Next hour, we got Keatsman's actually going to be here, talk about the Chiefs' schedule at 8:30, and Mike Searpoy, a Missouri U.S. Senator, on what happened on the Senate side of this whole Chiefs-Royals debacle at 9 on KCMO. Meantime, you're sitting there right now. I hope this is not you, but I've been there and you've been there. You wake up and you got some plumbing issues, whatever it might be, shower, toilet, something in the kitchen. Well, if you are in need of a plumber, and when you are in need of a plumber, and you will be at some point, it can be overwhelming. But if I told you, hey, locally owned business in Kansas City going on 50 years that can check off all the boxes of reliability, professionalism, quality workmanship, transparency, customer service, you'd be like, that's the company for me. Well, that is the company for Kansas City, The Plumbing Pro. And when you've got Steve and his team with a 4.8 rating on Google out of 5 stars, not 10, 5 stars, and they've been in business for almost 50 years in this town, providing the best quality plumbing services at a reasonable cost to homeowners and businesses all over the Kansas City metro. What more can you ask for? And you can just tell. I mean, Steve will tell you that any success that they've enjoyed is really the result of how they've treated people along the way. So when you need a plumber, you need The Plumbing Pro. That's theplumbingpro.com. Make sure you fit the in there, because you Google it, and you got competitors trying to, steal their business all the time. Theplumbingpro.com. That's theplumbingpro.com.
Call Mundo 913-408-7957. Now on 95.7 FM.
Well, as Mayor Lucas gets set to go to Qatar next week, he just missed the President of the United States. Could have had a little powwow there between Donald Trump and Quinton Lucas. That would have been something, huh? That would have been fun. That would have been right.
He's a nut job.
Who said that? No, stop. Who said such a thing? Who is saying such a thing? So Trump left Qatar this morning. He's now off to, or probably in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. And he gave a speech this morning to the military folks over there in Qatar. And, it was classic Trump because he can't do it. It was rally-esque. But listen, these are men and women of the United States military. I'm sure most of them, the vast majority, are Trump voters and Trump supporters, especially if they lived through and served under Joe Biden, for crying out loud. But they still understand they can't act like they're at a Trump rally. So Trump's trying to subdue himself a little bit, but he still was very Trumpian in what he was saying and how he was, delivering this speech in a bit more of a subdued way. Take a listen to this where he's talking about Victory Day, World War II, and dealing with his friends and foes in Europe. This was just vintage Trump this morning in Qatar.
I'll tell you just a little story. A week ago, May 8th, I'd call up a certain country, and they said, we're celebrating the victory of World War II today, sir. Oh, really? I'd speak to one of the presidents or prime ministers or whatever.
Oh, really?
And they were so busy. Oh, yes, we're celebrating the victory of World War II. Then I speak to another one, and they were celebrating. And the fact is, Russia was celebrating. France was celebrating. Everybody was celebrating but us. And we're the ones that won the war. We won the war. And they helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese too. We won the war, and we're the only ones that didn't celebrate. So what I did is I got my crack staff over there, and we did it every time. We have May 8th, and we also have the date in November, that sacred date in November for World War I, because we won that war too.
How many people do you think are actually bilingual in German and Japanese? Like 7 people on the planet? If not for us, we're speaking German. And, maybe a little Japanese. I don't think that's how it works.
I think he needs to take a nap.
Oh, my gosh. And the military folks are watching this, and some of them are, chuckling. They want to belly laugh, but they know they can't belly laugh because, they're still military members. They got to understand what they're there to do. They're not at a rally. But Trump's still doing his Trump thing. Not for us. We're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese. And they say, sir, yes, sir. He's just going on and on. But even he's trying to subdue himself a little bit. That was that was vintage right there. He just doesn't change. You got to respect that. Coming up, Josh Hawley going down a weird road on Medicaid. I'll explain after his CNN appearance. I'm not sure what he's going for here, but we'll get into it with Josh Hawley next. I admit I don't know what Missouri Senator Josh Hawley's going for here. I really don't. And I like him. I have a great side business playing his doppelganger around the state of Missouri. That works out pretty well for me. But I don't understand the play here for Josh Hawley, who decided to write an op-ed in the New York Times this week talking about protecting Medicaid, and then also went on CNN this week to talk about protecting Medicaid. And the approach from Josh Hawley and every Republican, and frankly Democrats too, if they want to actually reform the system, is highlight how Medicaid has actually been a failure, especially as it's expanded in the wake of Obamacare. That's what I would love to see happen. And for some reason, Josh Hawley's taken a very different approach. He went on CNN yesterday, and he sounded a whole lot more like Bernie Sanders than he did a conservative Republican.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley, who represents Missouri, a state where roughly 1 in 5 people are on Medicaid, he wrote a New York Times op-ed this week with a very simple message: don't cut Medicaid. Senator Hawley joins me live now from Capitol Hill. Senator Hawley, thank you so much for being with me this afternoon. So as we just showed you, you were warning your party not to cut Medicaid. The speaker, though, he just said this about the House GOP's so-called big, beautiful bill. Listen.
Will you cut Medicaid?
We're not cutting Medicaid. Stop buying that.
So he said, if you heard there, Senator Hawley said, we are not cutting Medicaid. Do you agree with the speaker? Is this bill not a cut to Medicaid?
Well, the right thing to do is not to cut Medicaid, so I'm glad to hear him say that. Manu, it ought to be just a basic foundational principle. It is wrong to cut health care for the working poor. And that's what we're talking about here with Medicaid. My state is a Medicaid expansion state. Over 20% of Missourians, including hundreds of thousands of children, are on Medicaid. And Manu, they're not on Medicaid because they want to be. They're on Medicaid because they cannot afford health insurance in the private market. These are working people and their children who need health care. And it's just wrong to go and cut their health care when they're trying to make ends meet, trying to help their kids, trying to make sure that they're able to provide for their families. So I hope that the House GOP and the Senate GOP will get the message here. By the way, President Trump has said the same thing: no Medicaid benefit cuts.
If I had just read you that quote, you would have been like, oh, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Republicans want to cut Medicaid. They want to throw, working poor people off of their health insurance. That's what you would have expected. If I didn't play the clip of Josh Hawley, that's who you would have predicted would have said something like that. Republicans have a moment here with Doge to expose the failures that are these big government programs, not just from a funding standpoint and an employee standpoint, but also from the good work that they are intended to do and have been intended to do for the American people. They have failed the American people. There is waste, there is fraud, there is abuse. That's what needs to be highlighted. Not taking the Bernie Sanders approach of, I don't want to see any working poor folks get thrown off their health insurance, John.
There's a couple of movies where people switch bodies, like the dad becomes the kid. I know I think there's a Lindsay Lohan, there's a female one, there's a guy one too. But anyway, did somebody take Josh Hawley and Gavin Newsom and switch them? The things that are coming out of Gavin's mouth, you're like, who? Yeah. And now Josh. What?
Yes. What? That's so true. So here's what needs to be highlighted. All right. And I thought this was well said by the National Review in a piece the other day. When it began in 1965, Medicaid was designed to provide health care for the disabled, the elderly who couldn't afford Medicare, and low-income children. But what happened is the creation of Obamacare distorted and drove that mission way off course. It expanded Medicaid by paying for 90% of the cost of able-bodied adults added to the program. What did that do? That created an enormous incentive to sign people up in the 40 states that have expanded Medicaid under Obamacare, including Missouri. In those states, the federal government is paying for 90% of the cost of able-bodied adults, but only an average of 57% of the cost of adding people from other groups. What do we have? A completely broken program. A disabled child gets $1.33 in federal support for every state dollar. And there are 700,000 disabled children on waiting lists. But in New York alone, because of the incentives to join, as many as 3 million people are on the program despite being above normal income limits. It is time to try something different. Expose the Medicaid program for the shoddy, substandard care it provides, and propose alternatives that will improve real outcomes for Medicaid patients. That's where I want to see Josh Hawley go. But I think Josh Hawley is trying to figure out what exactly his lane is right now from a political perspective. He's not in the MAGA inner circle, which is somewhat surprising to me. He's obviously not a mainstream, rhino kind of Republican. We're obviously happy about that. But I think he's trying to figure out what his lane is right now because he hasn't been in, Trump's inner circle really, but he also doesn't want to be an establishment guy. So he's trying to mold together this Trump populism with a little Bernie, with a little traditional Republicanism. It's just, it's like a teenager trying to figure out who they are. I feel like that's what Josh Hawley's going through right now.
Maybe so. As you talk about this, I'm noting the similarities between the border and the Obamacare. Let's just open it up and flood the system.
Yeah.
And then say, we've got too many people now.
Yeah.
Now what are we going to do? We're just going to have to make this a private or a single pay carrier system.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Yeah. That's the end game here, right? They want to mimic Canada. They want to mimic the UK, which you talk to rich people in those countries. They all come to the U.S. for their health care because it's such garbage in these other countries. But I'm really not interested. And I like Josh Hawley. Obviously, he's a regular on the show, and he's a good guy. And we always appreciate, what he does for the state of Missouri and Kansas City. But this one, I can't figure out for the life of me what he's going for here. 913-408-7957. Let's go to Shawnee. That's where Tammy is. Hey, Tammy, go ahead. You're on KCMO.
Good morning, Pete. You're talking about a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I am the conservator for my handicapped older brother, and for 5 years now since my parents passed away, and he receives Medicaid, and it's a nightmare. Every month they send me a statement telling me that they're going to raise or lower his benefit depending on how much he made at his job at the sheltered workshop, making 50 cents an hour. And I'm not kidding, they will spend whatever stamps are nowadays, 60 cents, whatever they are. They'll spend 60 cents to send me a new statement at each month. And one time they sent me a statement saying that Charles made 25 cents too much, and they spent 60 cents to tell me that.
That sounds very on brand for the government.
And it's a mess. I've been very transparent with them. Anything that they want to see, I share with them because I want to follow the rules. And, I'm grateful that he has benefits and he can be taken care of. He lives in subsidized housing, and he has people that help take care of him in his group home. And the government helps pay for those things. So I'm not really worried about Josh Hawley at all because he's not targeting people like my brother. He's talking about getting after Medicare for the people that shouldn't be receiving it, that are able to work and should be working. And those are the people that I'm sick and tired of supporting.
Well, you and I agree, but that's not what Josh Hawley said. He just gave this blanket comment of, we must protect Medicaid. It's for working poor people like, folks in Missouri. He kind of took this more of a Bernie Sanders approach on protecting Medicaid instead of exposing it for what it is, which is not about people like your brother. It's about able-bodied adults who are milking the system, and we know that that's happening, especially in the wake of Obamacare, where basically that system encouraged it.
I agree, and I think that what I'm hoping that he's going to get in there and do is he's going to find out all of the corruption and all the nonsense and crap that's going on, and he'll clean that up. In the end, I believe he will do the right thing, and the people that truly need Medicare will get those benefits, and the people that don't, get off their dead butts and go get a job.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm certainly with you there. I mean, here's the thing, All right. We know that these major social safety net programs are the things that will ultimately break the budget and break the country when you talk about $36 trillion in debt. And in the past 70 years, the GOP has had the trifecta of controlling the White House, the Senate, and the House only 3 times in the last 70 years. From 2002 to 2006, under George W., between 2016 and 2018 under Trump 1.0, and right now. Now is not the time to play Bernie Sanders politics. Now is the time to say, if you're serious about saving the country from the financial cliff that is coming, you do it now. And you go in the media, whether it's CNN or anywhere else, New York Times op-eds, and you point out how, yes, we can still and should still protect disabled people with the Medicaid program, but you explain and you pitch to the American people on how the system has totally broken itself and it's got to be reformed and changed to not just save people money, but also, you know what else will happen? When you get able-bodied adults off of programs like Medicaid and into the workforce, it helps the private sector. That's good for the economy. That's good for the country. And all you've seen in the wake of Obamacare is a system that is encouraging able-bodied adults to milk the system. And that's not beneficial. Not only is it a waste of your taxpayer dollars, it hurts small businesses. They can't find people to work. When you've got 7 million able-bodied men, and those are the estimates right now, 7 million able-bodied men who are not in the workforce, what does that do? It hurts the jobs market. It hurts small business. They can't find people to work. That's what it does. And that's what has to be reformed and has to be figured out. And that's the message that the party should be sending right now. And maybe it needs to come from Trump. I think J.D. Vance would be a great spokesperson for this. But the last thing we need is prominent Republicans like Josh Hawley going out there and saying, hey, sounding like Bernie Sanders talking about Medicaid. I just want no part of it.
You know, and it's interesting, too, because we have jobs open in Goodland for meteorologists.
Yeah.
We have, you know, we've got several things where we could be using some help here.
Yeah.
So we need to get some people off the dole.
Let's go. Let's make it happen.
Air
913.
traffic controller, anyone?
Yeah, 408-7957. That is our text line and our studio line here on KCMO Talk Radio, 95.7 FM and streaming on the KCMO Talk Radio app. We'll talk to Katesman on the Chiefs schedule coming up here at 8:35 on KCMO. Now, if you are, speaking of having issues or struggling to find people for your small or medium-sized business in Kansas City, a great way around it, a great way to help your business right now that you can control is what? It's artificial intelligence. And our friends at Centric here in Kansas City, they are doing an event that is completely free of charge, where you can learn more about how AI is helping businesses here in Kansas City. Go to centric.com/AI. There's a sign-up link there to learn more and attend their free AI and Automation for Business live demonstration on May 29th. That is 2 weeks from today. It will fill up quickly, so you want to make sure that you are signed up. They had about 50 folks out for their last demonstration in March. And if you missed it, if you couldn't make it, if you weren't sure whether or not you needed it, just go. It's free. You're going to learn about AI. You're going to learn about entry points for artificial intelligence. It's not nearly as expensive as you might think. And Centric, which has been training the technology workforce in Kansas City for a couple of decades now, is on the front end of the curve here with this stuff. And that's why they're helping small businesses every day with their AI. And you can show up to this free AI and automation demonstration in 2 weeks, 8 a.m. on May 29th. You just have to RSVP right now at centric.com/AI. That's CENTRIQ.com/AI.
Hey, it's Kevin Keatsman. Stick around. I'm coming up at 10 o'clock right after Pete Mundo on KCMO 95.7 FM.
We'll talk to Keatsman in about 10 minutes on the Chiefs schedule release here on KCMO before his show, Uncanceled, at 10 o'clock on 95.7 FM. Last thing I just want to add on this Medicaid conversation, Josh Hawley writing an op-ed for the New York Times and then going on CNN yesterday to say we must protect Medicaid. We talk all the time about how Republicans got to fight. If you're not going to fight for Medicaid reform, like, what are you going to fight for? If you're afraid of fighting for Medicaid reform that we know has had $1 trillion in improper payments over the last 10 years, that's wrong payments to the wrong person or entity, wrong amount, wrong reason. What are you fighting? What are you going to fight for? Expose the program. It doesn't mean you throw poor people off of it who need it, but you expose it. And if you're not willing to expose it, what are you doing? Because now's the time to do it. You've only had 3 opportunities like this in the last 70 years where Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If not now, when? Meantime, on Capitol Hill yesterday, you guys like Ben & Jerry's ice cream? You a Ben & Jerry's fan? Either of you?
I dig it. I like any ice cream, though.
Yeah, I like all ice cream. Ben & Jerry's a little pricey.
Yeah, you're right about that. It is. Well, they're run by 2 commies, Ben & Jerry. They're big hippies. My brother actually runs a Ben & Jerry's in Virginia, and he's kind of in line with Ben & Jerry. He likes those guys, and that's okay. We still love them. But you had Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's yesterday. The guy threw a fit. He is one of the founders, of course, of Ben & Jerry's. He was arrested on Capitol Hill. Ben Cohen from Ben & Jerry's during a Senate hearing involving RFK Jr. So United States Capitol Police confirming that Cohen was among 7 people arrested after they disrupted a hearing. And here's what that sounded like yesterday on Capitol Hill. Ben Cohen getting tossed out and arrested.
The audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. That was a made for C-SPAN moment. The secretary will resume.
All right. That was in the middle of an RFK hearing yesterday. Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben & Jerry's, removed by U.S. Capitol Police May 14th, yesterday. So this was not the first time that Ben Cohen's been arrested while protesting in the nation's capital. It happened to him a couple of years ago. He was arrested outside the Department of Homeland Security for blocking the entrance to the Department of Justice, where he was protesting the detainment of Julian Assange.
Insurrection.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point. Is he going to be tossing the gulag for the next 3 years like some of the other folks who did something tossing the gulag? Similar?
I'm always amazed that elite fighting force, the Capitol Police, let this stuff happen all the time. And if these people get in on someone's pass or as a guest, they should be suspended.
I'm with you.
As soon as somebody stands up in there that's not a congressman or acknowledged on the floor, they should be thrown out.
There's something to be said, too, for having the privilege of Ben Cohen, where you can just know that you'll get arrested by the U.S. Capitol Police, and it will have absolutely no bearing on your life, and nothing will happen to you. You're not going to lose your job. The guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Nothing's going to happen to your business. Everyone knows your business. And on top of that, you know the cause you're fighting for, especially when it's a left-wing cause, and not going to do squat to you. Nothing's going to happen to you. You're not going to get like any J6 or treatment or anything like that.
Oh, made for CNN moment.
Yeah, you're going to be well on your way, man. So what do we call that kind of privilege? The privilege where you know you can get arrested by Capitol Police. You can have a made for C-SPAN moment, as it was called there in the room with RFK Jr. yesterday. And, the guy's probably going to be on Rachel Maddow's show within 24 to 48 hours.
5 letters?
White privilege?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to call it? I was thinking more like liberal privilege.
Could be. Okay, so 6 letters. then.
Yeah. Maybe 7, whatever it is.
They're sort of intertwined.
Yeah, true. White, woke, liberal privilege. Maybe that's it. We'll make it all work together. There you go. Coming up, Kevin Kiesman. We'll talk to him about the Chiefs schedule release, the highlights that you do not want to miss. Coming up next on 95.7 FM, KCMO Talk Radio.
It's Mundo in the Morning. Now on FM at 95.7. Set a preset on your radio. KCMO Talk Radio.
It is 8:35 on a Thursday morning. KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. And all eyes were on the NFL schedule last night. So everybody in this town was keeping an eye on what exactly the Chiefs were going to be looking at for the 2025 season, as they, of course, look to get back to their Super Bowl winning ways after failing on the three-peat front against the Eagles this past February. Kevin Keatsman, his show Uncanceled, coming up at 10 o'clock, of course, and the podcast, Kevin Keatsman Has Issues. I'm sure more than a deep dive this morning into the Chiefs schedule that got released last night. Kevin, great to have you here as always, my man. We'll see you soon. And what is the thing that stood out to you, or the things that stood out to you about the schedule for the Chiefs coming up this season?
I guess it's pretty much what any Chiefs fan can see, and that's the NFL is addicted to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
TV networks can't get enough. They can't put them in prime time enough. They want the Chiefs. I think this YouTube deal was negotiated. There were new dollars on this first game of the year, Friday night, supposedly at the Chargers, but it's going to be in Brazil now. That had to be huge money from YouTube to get the Chiefs. They are the brand in American sports today, and I never thought in my entire life, brand in American sports. Whole life here in Kansas City, I would think a sports franchise from Kansas City was the top sports brand in the United States of America and one of the top globally. I can't gauge, Premier League soccer and World Cup and the countries that's important to and whatnot. But I just know the Kansas City Chiefs are right now the NFL. I think you mentioned on your show yesterday that ESPN's doing a documentary on the Chiefs this fall that will be out. This is an era, okay? This is a dynasty. And whether or not the Chiefs win another one, I don't know. But they've already done enough to be remembered as one of the all-time great football teams.
5 of the first 8 games are in prime time. That has never happened before for an NFL team. So what's from a playing perspective, from a football perspective, how much of a downside is that, having all these night games stacked up early in the year, or is it really not that big of a deal?
Well, there's a couple of good things. Like the first game of the season, the Chargers, this is a good deal for the Chiefs. You've got all off season to prepare for it. You don't have to play the road game in L.A. against the Chargers in their stadium. You play them neutral site, and it's quite possible. I mean, this is not, this, Pete, this is not unthinkable. This could be for the division. Like literally the first game of the year could be to win the division. The Chargers could be that good. And if you go beat them on what would have been their home game, I'm a little surprised the Chargers are allowing this. They didn't tell the league, look, find us somebody else. Find us somebody from the NFC or something. We don't want to play the Chiefs neutral site. I'm really surprised. Normally these international games are not big games. They have almost no meaning to them whatsoever. It's usually like the Giants will play the Jaguars or something like that. And you'll be like, okay, what is that game? It means nothing.
Yeah.
This is a major game on the NFL schedule. It is first out of the gate, and the Chiefs benefit by turning this into a neutral site game instead of a road game. So I like that. Then they allow them, after the extra day of rest, to come home and face the Eagles. The Eagles notoriously are slow starters. They're not nearly as good at the beginning of the year as they are the end of the year. Then you get to go to the Giants and the Jaguars as your next 2 road games. You got to love the way that sets up. What I really like about the schedule beyond the prime time, the Chiefs get up for a lot of those games, is 5 of the last 7 games, when you want to finish strong, are Indianapolis, Dallas, Houston, Tennessee, and Las Vegas. That's not exactly murderer's row in 5 of your last 7 games.
That is, and I felt the same way when I looked at it last night and talked about it earlier this morning. After the bye week is perfectly placed in early mid-November, and then your road trips after the bye week, I mean, you don't have a flight that's longer than Vegas. You've got an hour to Denver, an hour to Dallas, an hour to Nashville. So, and then you've got 4 home games before you wrap up the season in Vegas, week 18. I mean, just from a pure travel perspective, Kevin, with the perfectly placed bye week and a fairly easy, by NFL standards, second half of the year, you got to like that, right, if you're a Chiefs fan right now?
We looked back and said the Chiefs went undefeated after the bye week. Would anybody be shocked?
No.
Now, I'm not predicting that because it's the NFL. It's hard. I think at Denver, I'd write that down as a loss right now. So that's the first game after the bye week. But then it's the Colts at the Cowboys, where I think I read 5 of their last 9 Thanksgiving Day games, they got beat by 14 points or more. They're not good on Thanksgiving Day. Houston's coming to Arrowhead. That's usually a win. The Chargers are coming to Arrowhead. That can be a win. At Tennessee, they're reshaping their entire franchise. That'll be mop-up time at the end of their season. Then you get the Broncos at home and at the Raiders after their season is concluded. There's a lot to love after the bye week, a lot.
So you mentioned you like the start of the season with the road trips and the way they stack up. Is it that Detroit, Vegas, Washington stretch that's maybe tricky weeks 6 to 8, and then you go on the road to Buffalo? But even there, you've got 3 straight home games, and, we know what the Chiefs do at Arrowhead Stadium.
Well, the front half of the schedule is loaded with playoff opponents. You've got the Chargers, the Eagles, the Ravens, the Lions. The Commanders were in the NFC title game. People have forgotten that. Then, of course, the Bills, who many people believe, Pete, going into this season right now, that the Bills will be the best team in football. Eventually, somebody's going to make it to the Super Bowl other than the Chiefs. I know the Bengals did it one year in this run. I don't think people are looking at the Bengals like that anymore, but the Bills haven't been able to do it. Is this their year? That's a big tiebreaker game. We know that, for a potential playoff matchup at Buffalo. That's another one of those games you probably write down. That's a loss. It's going to be really hard for the Chiefs to go win that game, but you never know. I think all the tests are early, and we'll learn a lot about the Chiefs. I think they want drama out of this. I think what the NFL wants, if they were doing anything, if this is not random, if the NFL literally wanted to build something, what they were building is for the Chiefs to come from behind this year. They're trying to set this up to where the Chiefs are a couple of games back of Buffalo, and then they have an opportunity to make a run in the back half of the season, and let's make it dramatic. I think they're tired of the Chiefs running away with things.
I agree with you there. How about that? You mentioned the Dallas game, and this broke early yesterday, but that game on Thanksgiving Day, is this – I know the Chiefs – I thought I heard it reported in the last couple of weeks that the Chiefs wanted to be basically a team that played every Christmas, and the NFL, if I recall, basically said to them, thanks but no thanks, at least for now. But as they get into all these holiday games, Thanksgiving and Christmas this year – is there anything that Clark Hunt is, you think, angling for beyond just trying to leverage the Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce era? Do you think he wants to be in that Dallas Cowboys model of, an America's team for years to come? And can they pull that off?
He does, and a lot of this, I think, is their deep faith, their Christianity. I think they revere Christmas. They think, and football has been part of their life. I don't think they have any problem at all. Some families do. Right, some really traditional families are like, okay, it's Christmas. We shouldn't be watching football. It's Christmas. It's not the Hunts. Obviously, both of those things are very important to them. One of the things we'd have to look at is, did the NFL make a mistake many, many, many decades ago by allowing the Cowboys and the Lions to each play at home on Thanksgiving? Pete, how many Lions games in your lifetime on Thanksgiving Day have you fallen asleep to after eating turkey? Or it was the early game and you didn't even turn it on because they stunk so bad?
Yeah.
The Chiefs are great now. But if you give the Chiefs Christmas forever, there's going to be a time that the Chiefs stink, and then you're stuck with them. I'm not sure it's the right thing to do.
No, I'm with you there. So do you think that the NFL in hindsight regrets that move with this Thanksgiving Day deal? The Cowboys still do very well in the ratings, no matter how bad they are. It's just that Lions game, you're right. I mean, most people have checked it out, and they're maybe eating early to try to finish up dinner by the time the Cowboys kick off.
Yeah, well, they're lucky now because the Lions are good. They have a good team down there, really exciting to watch. So it's worked out better in recent years. The Cowboys have fallen a little bit. They had a nice playoff run, a series of years where they made the playoffs or had winning records, but they don't seem to be very good right now. There's a third game on Thanksgiving Day. That's changed it. They can do all kinds of matchups that they want on Thanksgiving to provide something that maybe the other teams don't provide. I just think there's some hesitation of allowing the Chiefs to say, okay, we're America's Christmas Day team. We will always play on Christmas, because there will be a day when nobody cares to watch the Chiefs. Right now, everybody wants to watch to root against them.
Yeah, no, you're right. Last thing, Kevin, you might have missed it last hour, but Quinton Lucas gave you some props on the show. Did you hear this, or do we have to play it back for you when you get here to the station?
I heard it. And he was great, Mayor Q, today. Last week, he sounded a little defeated with some of the things that were going on in the city, but he couldn't have sounded better today. And I'll just tease my monologue for the show today from the old movie clip. I'll have what she's having. I'll have what he's having. Because he basically just told you the Royals are staying in Kansas City. The Chiefs are refurbishing Arrowhead. That's that.
Yeah.
He just flat out said it. I'm talking to people. It's done. It's over. I'm like, wait, everything has failed so far in Missouri, and every vote has been hell no. Not just no, but hell no. Like the Missouri Senate walked out 2 days early and said, we ain't doing this. They just walked out on it. So that's my opening monologue today. I just want what he's having. He's so optimistic, and he gave you credit as well, the entire operation at KCMO Talk Radio, for our accuracy and truth-telling in reporting on this topic over the last several weeks. And I applaud Mayor Lucas for doing that. That's not an easy thing probably for him, a thing for him to do. I appreciate him doing that. And I've got new respect for him, not just because of what he said today, but some of the things that have happened over the last few weeks. I think he's been really honest and open, and I like that. I don't have any problem with him going to Qatar and all this other stuff. He's not paying for that, whatever. I'm not nitpicky on these things. I just don't know what he knows that we don't know about these teams, because right now I see nothing but dead ends in Missouri.
Yeah, well, that's a good tease for the monologue coming up at 10 o'clock, my man. We'll be here. We'll be listening, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, buddy. See you shortly.
Right, there you go. Kevin Keatsman on KCMO Talk Radio. Uncanceled coming up at 10 o'clock. Yeah, Mayor Lucas saying this morning that this radio station has been the most accurate in its reporting on what has been going on with the Chiefs and the Royals in both Jefferson City, Topeka, and Kansas City. So there you go. That was last hour. If you missed it, we'll pull it for later in the show. Also, you can find it on the podcast, Apple or Spotify. Subscribe to the podcast. You will find the Mayor Lucas interview there. 913-4087-957. That's where, of course, you can join us on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. We're always streaming on the KCMO Talk Radio app. We got some new economic data that I want to share with you that, keeps the trend going in a generally positive direction. What is it? We'll get to it next. As you're sitting there right now and you're thinking to yourself, man, I got graduations coming up. Maybe it's time for that big engagement. I got to stop dragging my feet. Well, that is where Diamonds Direct enters the equation for you. All right. Stop dragging your feet, because at Diamonds Direct over at 119th and Row, where I've been a customer many times, you can get items for as little as under $500 to, upwards of tens of thousands of dollars. Whatever your price point is, Diamonds Direct will work with you within your budget. They will not try to blow it out. They're not going to try to upsell you on something you can't afford. That's not what they want to do at Diamonds Direct. So you head over there and you talk to Angie and her team and you say that we sent you at KCMO, and they'll make sure that you get a very good deal on whatever you need. For that graduation, for that engagement, they'll take care of you over at Diamonds Direct. They're located at 119th and Row, or you can start shopping right now also at diamondsdirect.com, where you'll get the 110% lifetime upgrade policy, which means what? When you want to trade in your diamond, you'll get 110% of your original purchase price towards your new selection. Where else are you going to get that? diamondsdirect.com.
On Thursday's Guy Benson Show, House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington giving us an update on what is happening with the big, beautiful bill. Is it on track? Coming up at 2 o'clock on KCMO.
U.S. producer prices fell unexpectedly in April as margins shrank. So prices paid to U.S. producers unexpectedly declined in April, reading this from Bloomberg.com. By the most in 5 years, April of 2020. We know what was going on then with COVID and all the crazy. So what does that mean? The 0.5% decrease in the producer price index suggests that American manufacturers and service providers are so far refraining from passing along their costs on imports to their consumers and their customers. That's what it would suggest. And that's why you saw what was expected to be like a 0.2% increase on the producer price index actually drop by 0.5%. It impacts the margins on these companies and what exactly they are bringing in. So the thought here then is one of, okay, they're not raising their prices right now. Will they raise their prices? And could that be, more importantly, is that why we possibly had both sides, the U.S. and China, blink when it comes to the trade war, at least temporarily put a 90-day pause on these sky-high tariffs, where both sides said, okay, each country may have front-loaded some of their imports to beat the tariffs during Q1. But as these 100+% tariffs began to get implemented, there was going to be a cost to the customer. Trump does not want to be dealing with inflation in the months ahead. He's had really good inflation numbers the first 3 months in office. The last thing he wants is for inflation to tick back up, because what's going to happen then? His buddy, and I say that tongue-in-cheek, Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, who he wants to lower rates, there's no chance that Jerome Powell lowers rates if inflation starts ticking back upwards in May and June. And if these tariffs have stayed in effect, there was a potential that that was going to happen. So Trump says, let's do a 90-day pause with China. Let's try to get a deal done here. That way the tariffs don't have a major impact on, customers here in the United States. And let's try to hash this thing out so we do not end up in a situation where the producer has to pass on the cost to the customer, and then the customer is dealing with higher inflation, and that would obviously be a bad deal for Trump and the United States in general. So that may be what these numbers ultimately reflect. Now, how is the market reacting so far? Not a whole lot. Dow's off 100 points. S&P's off 18. NASDAQ is off 133. So the major indices are off less than a percentage point right now on this news. And for the S&P, at least, it's down for the first time in 4 sessions. Remember, we have been on a rocket ship increase for the markets over the last 5-6 weeks or so. So you've got, the tech giants are putting up a huge showing this week. NVIDIA's up 14%. Tesla's up more than 14%. Meta's added 10% over that period. That's just in a week. Amazon, Google, they're up 6 and 8% respectively. So the NASDAQ itself up 6% this week alone. S&P's up 4%. Dow is up 1.5%. So it's been a great week for the markets. And even on this news today, which some people may interpret as not being great because it means the companies are taking a hit on any potential tariffs right now. They're not passing that cost on to the customer, at least not yet. Even on that news, the markets are not getting crushed right now. They're more or less status quo. But you also had this report this morning on the business front. Walmart is warning of, they say, potential price hikes due to tariffs. Now, if they front-loaded their stuff in Q1 to avoid the tariffs, and now the tariffs are paused as of, this past weekend, how much would they really kick up the prices? I don't know. Part of me feels like that's just the corporation doing its thing, saying, if these prices go up, you can blame Trump and the tariffs. That's just my gut. I'm not skeptical. I'm not saying it's not possible. That's just my gut right now, John. And I know that you're skeptical as well.
I am. It depends on the products, right? There's some things where you can sort of reason through. Yeah, that came from China, but when I'm, having an omelet and payola and they're telling me the price of eggs are up, I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying that.
Yeah, that's not tariff related, okay?
Yeah, right.
Certainly not. That's
No,
you know what? We got to get an omelet in payola sometimes.
You know?
That's what we have to do. I'll buy.
There certainly are many Americans who might take advantage of these kind of things and trick those who are less observant.
Yes, you're right about that. I even noticed I need a new fan in the girls' room.
Like a room fan, box fan type thing?
Yeah, box fan. And we got one a few years ago, but it's so damn loud. It's annoying to me. And every time I try to put them to sleep, I can't help but think about this stupid fan that's just beyond annoying. We have another one in the other room that's great, nice and quiet. And they were the same cost. It's just one's a good quiet fan, the other one's not. So I bought the same fan that was in the other room for the girls' room. And it was like $70 in October. It's up to $75. I'm like, what happened here? I mean, that's, on a percentage basis, that's like an 8% increase on the fan from 6 months ago. What's this all about? They're going to blame that on tariffs? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't quibble over $5-ish.
Well, 8% though in 6 months. That's how
I'm
I'm
not
looking
smart
at
enough to do the percent thing, so I can see how you go better. And I'm like, $5, I got that here.
No,
My
I mean,
wallet. That's a filet of fish sandwich.
Listen, I bought it. I like the fan, but when I'm like, why is this fan up 8% in the 6 months? That kind of annoys me. But I guess I'm the sucker because I got the fan. Coming up, Mike Searpoy, Missouri State Senator from right here in our backyard, Jackson County, will tell us why the Royals and Chiefs deal did not work out over the last couple of days. He'll be here next. Well, we thought there might be a deal this week in Jeff City with the legislative session wrapping up in Missouri, but it was not meant to be. So the Royals and the Chiefs, of course, House passing a deal to basically subsidize tens of millions of dollars for both of these teams to stay in the state of Missouri. It passed the House. It did not end up getting through the Missouri Senate. In fact, it was never taken up. Mike Searpoy, a longtime, of course, state senator here in Jackson County, joining us on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. We're streaming, as always, at KCMOTalkRadio.com. Mike, good morning. Great to have you on the show. So why did this Royals-Chiefs deal never make it to even a debate in the state Senate?
Good morning, Pete. I just think this year with Prop A and Amendment 3 from last November being such a hot topic, I just think it was too late, and it just never got traction. It was overwhelmed by the other two issues.
And remind people those other two issues and what happened with them here.
Okay, the Prop A is the one that was put on the ballot by a lot of outstate money to increase the minimum wage, which we still have, and provide paid sick leave for employees, which sounds very good, but the details of the law were much more onerous for small businesses. And so we had to look at that. And the other thing is the Amendment 3, which was the abortion amendment that passed last year by 1.6%. We're doing something to address that.
So you think that those things, but here's the thing, you guys could have stayed in session until Friday at 6 p.m. and you adjourned early. So why not just handle it that way and use the rest of the time this week to address this other stuff?
Well, the Democrats had made it clear that if we came back today, they would just take up time to give floor speeches about how unfair we were. And it didn't seem that it would be productive at all to go the last 2 days because I don't think we would have got anything accomplished, and it just would have made probably tempers a little hotter. I think it was a good call to shut it down.
Okay, so because they were upset on how you guys handled the Prop A deal and the Amendment 3 issue on abortion, they were not going to even consider the Chiefs-Royals thing.
No, it was not, because I think the Chiefs-Royals thing has got problem in the Republican caucus as well. But we wouldn't have made any progress on that at all. No, I think that issue would have been overwhelmed just by the anger the last 2 days.
Ah, okay. So what about, I also heard some things over the last couple of days that basically this House Bill 19, which is about $500 million in infrastructure funding that you guys had passed on the Senate side, went back to the House. They never took up. That bothered a lot of Senate folks as well. And they were basically thumbing their nose back at the House and saying, if you guys couldn't get this $500 million in infrastructure done for the state, why are we suddenly going to rush to pass this bill for the Royals and the Chiefs that you guys want us to pass? How much was that at play?
I think that was a small part of it, but I think the other part was much more dominant as far as the outcome.
Okay, so then what happened with the abortion issue in particular? That is now going to go back to the ballot, so Missourians are going to have to vote on that issue again next year?
Yes, it will. And what we're trying to do is give people another look at it because, quite frankly, Pete, I was really surprised that it only passed by 1.6%. I was expecting a 58 or 59% passage the way it was worded. And so that gives me a great deal of hope that Missouri is pro-life. And I think if people given a next option with the exceptions that we should have done back with the heartbeat bill, with them now on the ballot, I think that will make it much more likely to pass. And I think it will be more reflective of where most Missourians are on the life issue.
Mike Searpoy is here, Missouri State Senator on KCMO Talk Radio. What happened? I saw, and my phone started blowing up. You gave quite a speech on the Senate floor where you lambasted Missouri Right to Life. What happened? Missouri Right to Life. What happened there?
Well, Missouri Right to Life, I'll tell you the truth. We passed this ballot measure in spite of them, not with them, because they are a very divisive group down here. The Missouri legislature is pro-life, strongly pro-life, not because of MRL, Missouri Right to Life, but because of the issue itself. And Susan Klein and the people that lead that, and when I talk about MRL, I'm not talking about the people back home writing them checks, because those folks are wonderful. They're the reason we've made progress on this issue over the years. But the leadership of MRL is what put us here. When we did the heartbeat bill back in 18 or 19, which effectively banned abortion, waiting on Roe to be overturned, If we would have put the incest and rape exception in then, which MRL would not let happen, Amendment 3 would have never passed. We would never be here. MRL is actually the reason we are the most pro-abortion state in the nation now, because of what they did 5-6 years ago.
So because Missouri Right to Life did not want to have a rape incest carve out, you think that's why Amendment 3 was even a thing last year, and that's why now abortion is much more available in Missouri than it was before the vote last year?
Exactly.
Wow. So that's a group that a lot of Missourians, especially conservative Missourians, like and appreciate. But you're saying they're not really accomplishing, or they're not doing what they should be doing down there in Jeff City.
They are not. They look at these little issues to have tripwires that they can bash people for, just like in our gubernatorial race last year. We had 3 people running: Mike Kehoe, Bill Eigel, and Jay Ashcroft. All 3 are pro-life, obviously. They endorsed Jay Ashcroft, who had never voted on anything on the pro-life issue, and they snubbed Bill Eigel, who everybody knows is not a friend of mine, but he has been a very strong pro-life advocate. And they also snubbed Mike Kehoe, who's the same. Has been a pro-life advocate for a long time, and they ignored them both. They did that in a lot of Senate races on people. They actually would not endorse people like me who voted for the heartbeat bill over the stupid FRA thing that we talked about before, and the 6-2 or 7-1 maps. That's how misguided they are. They cause brush fires down here while the whole state is burning down over abortion.
Wow. So, Mike Searpoy, what happens next? Obviously, Chiefs and Royals are right here in your backyard. Do you want there to be a special session to look at this again next month?
I think we probably should have one, but I think maybe we should wait a while to let tempers cool a little bit. And I know I've heard about the Democrats saying they're going to blow everything up. But quite honestly, I understand they're being upset about this. I respect the Senate a great deal, and I really think this should be a regularly used tool. This is the first time. I didn't sign it for the Prop A part, but I did sign it for Amendment 3 for the abortion stuff. And I think once cooler heads prevail, maybe we'll make some progress. Because quite honestly, keeping the Royals and Chiefs in Kansas City, I know 3 Democrats that represent Kansas City, and at some point the community is much more important than being mad about what goes on in the Senate.
And what needs to happen to get that special session to take place next month?
The governor has to call it, and he'll put out the call, and it's good because he can limit how much we can look at. We can't just open it up for everything. He can limit it to just the Chiefs, Royals, and House Bill 19 if he wants to. I think he might, what I've heard from folks, but like I said, waiting 2 or 3 months on this, or maybe waiting till veto session, depending on what the Chiefs and Royals, I don't know what kind of timeline, because I know Jackson County has got to pass that 3/8 sales tax again to even be in play. So I think we have time to look at that, and hopefully for tempers to cool a little bit.
Well, the Kansas side of the state line, their Star Bond offer wraps up at the end of June. So they may want you guys to have an answer next month. Do you think that's feasible?
No, I don't think it's feasible at all. And to tell you the truth, Pete, I've looked at that Star Bond offer. I don't know how they could ever pull that off. Raise the kind of money they need to raise, unless they make the entire state the taxing district. And I still don't know how they do it. To raise $1 billion at 1 cent sales tax takes about $100 billion. So I don't know how they'll do it.
Well, I got to imagine that's part of what the team is thinking right now, too. But they could, you can, I confirmed this on the Kansas side. You could theoretically make the entire state a Star Bond district.
You could. And I'm curious to see if the whole state would pay another 1 cent for people out in Hays, Kansas will pay a 1 cent sales tax for a team over in the Kansas City area.
Well, but they would tell you it's not additional taxes, right? It's just the revenue over the current number, and then those additional sales tax revenues would be kicking back in to pay off the bonds.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. I know when they came up that a year ago, in my mind, I'm like, I just don't see how that would ever work, but they could prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So you're saying probably looking at the fall for a special session?
Maybe sometimes, since I've been down here, sometimes when specials are required, they align them with veto session, which is in September.
Okay.
Something like that. We'll see how that goes. I can't. I'm just telling you what I've been hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mike Searpoy, thanks for all the work you're doing. We appreciate you hopping on the show.
Thanks, Pete. Anytime.
All right. Mike Searpoy, Jackson County State Senator on KCMO Talk Radio. So I don't know. I think the Royals and the Chiefs are going to push Kehoe to say, hey, call that special session in June because we lose our leverage with Kansas in June. Now, should Missouri play ball based on what Kansas and the teams want right now? They don't have to. But I see what Searpoy's saying. It sounds like there's a lot of bad blood in the Senate right now, which is just par for the course this time of year. There always is. I feel like every year it ends like this. Missouri Senate just can't get its act together, and they're acting like a bunch of high school girls. 9:15. Glad you're here on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. Kevin Keatsman Uncanceled is coming up at 10 o'clock. We will. I got to get to this. I have not gotten to this all morning long. Do you see who's trying to look like Jimmy Kimmel? And I think he's launching a 2028 campaign. He looks like a cheap version of Jimmy Kimmel. He's on the campaign trail, but not really on the campaign trail. And he's doubling down on something his party must avoid. We'll share who that person is next on KCMO.
If it's happening in KCMO, it's on KCMO 95.7 FM. Here's Pete Mundo.
He's going for it, man. He's leaning in hot and heavy. He's got the beard growing out. He's changed his formerly Twitter, now X profile picture. His pronouns are gone. Mayor Pete is running. Woo! That's right. Sweet Pete Buttigieg is going to be running for president in 2028. There is no doubt in my mind. Now, he's not officially announced anything, but it's going to happen. And what is another example of that? Well, first off, of course, he announced in the last, whatever that was, couple of months, he's not going to run for office in Michigan, where he just magically moved. People thought he was going to do that, maybe run for governor up there after Gretchen Whitmer. He's not doing that. And he's doing some, speaking tours. He's going around the country, and he's talking to big groups of Democratic voters. And here was Mayor Pete talking to a group, and he gets asked about criminal illegal aliens like Kilmer Abrego Garcia. This was at a town hall in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. How convenient. He's up in Iowa. Here was Mayor Pete this week. Please double down on this, Mayor Pete. Please.
Keep going. Elaborate.
Please, more. Keep going. You're doing great. You're doing great. Come on, buddy. Let's go. I'm on board. Please double down on it. Double down on it, Mayor Pete. As Guy Benson said on X yesterday in response to this video, and Guy Benson, of course, 2 to 5 every afternoon here on KCMO Talk Radio, Fox News personality. Guy Benson had an absolutely outstanding point in response to this video. He said multiple judges determined that Garcia is a gang member. Multiple judges granted his wife's restraining orders against him because of his violent abuse. He is also unambiguously an illegal immigrant. Hope this helps, Sweet Pete. That's just great. Guy is right. And make sure you got a few tickets left. He's coming to Kansas City on June 12th. We'll be out with him, myself, Keatsman, and meet and greet, dinner, drinks, the whole thing at Boulevard. You can buy your tickets now at KCMOTalkRadio.com. But Mayor Pete's grown out the beard. He looks like Jimmy Kimmel light, a little more flamboyant version of Jimmy Kimmel, if that's at all possible. That's what he looks like now. And the beard is not just because he felt like growing a beard. It is all about the political look, the gruff look. Add a little manliness to that Sweet Pete face. That's the play here.
He's got a crush on Ted Cruz.
Or J.D. Vance, right? Oh, man. Let's go to Steven. He's in KCK. What's up, Steve?
Oh, Pete, we need to form a pact for Sweet Petey and all of AOC, and we need to encourage these potential presidential candidates to run. They won't win. They'll lose 48 states. Have you noticed that there's never anybody from Indiana who is a constituent of him that says he did a great job? This is the thing about Sweet Petey is that he was a horrible transportation. He was one of the worst secretaries ever. With the DEI and the airlines and the Ohio water issue. I mean, this guy just gets an absolute golden pass. He's like the gay Kamala, he may get the nomination until people find out that he's a complete empty suit. I mean, I'm serious. I can't believe this is going to happen.
Here's the thing, though. He is way smarter than Kamala Harris. I will say that much. I mean, listen.
Point taken, Pete.
He
you got a point there.
I know I do. That's why I made it. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. He is way smarter than Kamala Harris. Much brighter guy. Now, he's got just as much hot air coming out of him, but he is a much brighter and much more savvy politician than Kamala Harris could ever dream of being. And I guess our Pete Buttigieg clip didn't get over the air. I wondered if that was going to happen. It was only coming in one ear on my end. So what Mayor Pete said to this group in Cedar Falls or Cedar Rapids, Iowa, is no one person gets to decide that you are a criminal. That was the key line from Mayor Pete when talking about Kilmore Abrego Garcia. So that's what he said about him.
Amazing, the judicial activist resisting judicial activism.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's a good point, too. So as you sit here now and you look ahead, and I know it's a ways off, but I had to have some fun with this because when I see Pete with the beard up in Iowa, thinking ahead as to, what's to come, it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. All right. It is going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
Tim Walz is giving him lessons.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Mayor Pete, he might be more manly than Tim Walz.
That's true.
Seriously. Say what you want. But I think Pete may have a little more T in his body than Tim does. Tim's got more T's in his name, but Pete's got more T in his body. Oh, man. Coming up, our caller of the day. I want to bring this up to you. I wanted to take your calls on this early this morning, and that's about the military. We are seeing a major uptick in enrollment and enlistment. Trump talked about it early this morning, and we'll play our caller of the day and get your calls on this issue next.
Hey, it's Kevin Keatsman. Stick around. I'm coming up at 10 o'clock right after Pete Mundo on KCMO 95.7 FM.
This morning, the President of the United States wrapped up his trip in Qatar. He addressed the military at a base before he left for the United Arab Emirates. So he is there right now. And they gave him quite a welcome. If you didn't see Trump walking through upon landing in the UAE with, I assume, their leadership, the guys are in turbans, they're UAE leaders, and there's women on either side of this corridor. Trump's walking down, and, they're playing music, banging drums and waving, the whole thing. I mean, Trump's just loving life. I'm telling you, Trump's loving this trip. Before you know it, Trump's going to be in a turban by the time he gets home.
I'd look for him to bring back the portable McDonald's from Saudi Arabia. You'd have that out on the White House lawn.
That would look great on the South Lawn. Oh, that would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I would love to see that.
Decided to skip the airplane gift, but I got the McDonald's instead.
I'm not worth your McDonald's money.
Oh, man, that's
See
outstanding.
him out there serving fries to people passing by Pennsylvania Avenue.
Hey, just like he did. It helped him win the election. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So he's given a speech this morning in Qatar, and he's talking about military enlistment being up bigly, as he might say, since his entrance back into office in January. And here's what the president said.
My trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. We love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession, and I was so proud to see that to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job.
That's right. So what are the actual numbers? I found this on military.com that the Army is poised to easily hit its recruiting target this year. As of last week, and this article is written in late April, so this is a few weeks old. The Army had enlisted 52,000 recruits. That's 85% of its 61,000 targets for fiscal year 2025. The fiscal year ends September 30th. They've got 4 or 5 months to hit another 9,000 recruits, which is only 15% of the target. And there's always a big uptick in the spring and summer when people graduate high school, get out of school, want to enlist. So they're going to blow that number out of the water. And that's what Trump was talking about there. We're hitting our enrollment numbers. We're going to exceed our enrollment numbers. And that's because this administration is bringing back, first off, just the basics to being in the military. They're not wokeifying or looking to wokeify the military like the last people were. There's pride back in the military. The Afghanistan withdrawal did a lot of damage on the pride front for the American military. And they've got a commander-in-chief that they also largely believe in a way that most didn't believe in the last guy. Come on, man. It's not like we're sitting here in some deep recession where people are saying, I can't get a job, I'm going to go join the military. The job market is still pretty strong. So it's got to be just largely driven by the enthusiasm for the military that currently exists under this administration.
We saw that among voters that would be at the enlistment age, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
The younger people shifting way to the right. That's not a coincidence either. So 913-408-7957 is how you join us on this. But I threw out the question this morning. I said, if you're in the military, if you have friends or family who are enlisted or enlisting, is this the sense that you are getting as well during the first 120, 130 days of this administration? And that conversation led to our caller of the day.
It's the Mundo in the Morning Caller of the Day on KCMO Talk Radio, now on FM at 95.7.
913-408-7957. Will's in Kansas City. Hey, Will, you're on KCMO. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Pete. My son leaves for basic training next week, about a week and a half. And I have a little bit of a different angle. I think he would have went in anyway. He expressed interest like maybe around the last fall. And I don't think he was very politically conscious about what was going to happen. However, his mom and I were. We were really paying close attention to the election. I think my son would have went in anyway. Of course, the election happens in November. He signs up in December. And I just remember thinking, thank God we have a leader. Because I'm prior military, and I was pretty disgusted with what happened to our military in the last 4 years, just like you said.
Mm-hmm.
He would have went in anyway, but there is a sense of we're getting back to what we're supposed to be doing. There is a stronger sense of I don't want to say patriotism, but it seems like we're going the right direction. Strong defense is a good offense, and we're finally making a military. We're getting them into the shape where they could actually protect us and do some good. Where, like you said, the last 4 years that wasn't happening. It was a ridiculous mess, and now, as I said, he would have went in anyway. But the fact that I'm paying attention to what's going on makes me that much more enthusiastic for his career.
Will, when did you serve?
I got out in 1996. I've been out for a while.
Okay, 96. And when he expressed interest in enlisting, did you right away say, go do it? Did you try to talk him out of it?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it's his personality. It has a lot to do with, college wasn't really his thing. He knew he had to do something, which is kind of like the reason I went in the same place. So I understood where he was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised because I didn't know he had even been paying attention to that kind of thing, but he knew he had to do something. And this seemed like a really good opportunity just to kind of just throw yourself out there and see what happens. Same thing with me. I had no idea where I was going to go. I had no idea what was going to happen, but I was excited for the adventure. And I think that's where his attitude is right now.
That's great, man. Well, thank you, Will, for your service, and best to your son as well as he gets set to head out there pretty soon.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
There you go. Will in Kansas City, our caller of the day on KCMO Talk Radio. I know he's not alone feeling that way. And the president was obviously just watching him this morning. And it was before we got on the air, 4 or 5 in the morning, watching some of the clips from the president delivering this speech. It was clear that the relationship between the commander-in-chief and the men and women in the military is very different than it was over the prior 4 years.
American people never forget that our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices each and every day so that all Americans can be safe and be free. And we love our amazing military families. Our military families are as good as you can get. The men and women here today are part of a noble tradition of service that has been passed down from one generation of Americans to the next. And your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most.
He does that Trump thing at the end where he kind of repeats himself, where it's like...
And your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most.
You're always, he does that inflection deal where he kind of repeats what he says and has a little more oomph on it the second time around. On the text line, 913-4087-957. Pete, did you see and hear the president talk about how we're all going to be speaking or could all have been speaking German and Japanese? I love it when he told that story. Oh, did I loved it too. I pulled the audio this morning. I loved it so much. That was one of the best moments on the speech.
I'll tell you just a little story. A week ago, May 8th, I'd call up a certain country and they said, oh, we're celebrating the victory of World War II today, sir. Oh, really? I'd speak to one of the presidents or prime ministers or whatever. And they were so busy. Oh, yes, we're celebrating the victory of World War II. Then I speak to another one, and they were celebrating. And the fact is, Russia was celebrating. France was celebrating. Everybody was celebrating but us.
Yeah.
And we're the ones that won the war. We won the war. And they helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese, too. We won the war. And we're the only ones that didn't celebrate. So what I did is I got my crack staff over there, and we did it every time. We have May 8th, and we also have the date in November, that sacred date in November for World War I, because we won that war too.
Oh my gosh! I just
The sacred date in November, of course.
I've seen that and listened to that at least half a dozen times in the last 5 hours, and every time I'm like, I can't possibly find it as funny as I did the last time around, but I do. Maybe a little Japanese. It's like, oh, we're gonna be speaking German. Maybe just a little Japanese, just a little on the side. I'll take a little Japanese to go with that, please. It's like
You folks out on the West Coast there would have been.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just too much. That he's given this speech. It was rally-esque, but the men and women of the military are not going to be hooting and hollering. I mean, that would be disrespectful to a degree, right? Like they're clapping, they're standing, they're doing what they're supposed to do, but it's not going to be a MAGA rally. It just can't. But you could tell Trump was trying to subdue himself a little bit, knowing that would not have been like the appropriate play. But it still was just damn funny. I mean, the guy's funny. Like it or not, he's funny. Kevin Keatsman Uncanceled coming up at 10 o'clock on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. If you missed the mayor of Kansas City giving credit to this radio station, some love for Keatsman, and what we're doing here at KCMO, well, we'll share it with you coming up next.
You're listening to Mundo in the Morning on KCMO Talk Radio, 95.7 FM.
You know that Keatsman's going to have, as he does every day, a great monologue coming up at 10:05 on KCMO. You don't want to miss it. And something tells me, as he teased this morning, he was on last hour talking about the Chiefs' schedule that dropped last night. If you missed that, it will be up on the podcast after the show. Just search for it on Apple or Spotify and then subscribe to the podcast right there. It's going to tie into part of what Quinton Lucas was saying this morning right here on KCMO. And if you missed the mayor, well, I asked him a pointed question. If the Royals stay in Kansas City, Missouri, are we basically down to Washington Square Park as the only site in Kansas City, Missouri that is under consideration? That is the park adjacent, basically due east of Union Station. Is that the place for the Royals in Kansas City, Missouri? The only place that's really under consideration. Here was his answer, including some love for your local shows here on KCMO.
I think so. I mean, if I'm being really honest, yes. I mean, look, if everything collapses and it's a story of, hey, you guys stay at Kauffman Stadium and we do a bunch of area improvements, I love that. And in fact, that's something to the Chiefs that we would look to talk about once they get some more stadium discussions further down the road. But, look, I'm technically agnostic to anything in the city. But that being said, I think there's been the most study on Washington Square Park, renderings, infrastructure, ingress, egress, a lot of work there. And, of course, there's more than ample parking. I think about 18,000 spots within close walking distance, about 40,000 spots even in a broader walking distance in the whole downtown area. So I think that's what you look at. And importantly, for where we are in this chat, and I give props to you and Keatsman because you guys have been more right than you've been wrong in this discussion. We need to narrow down sites. This new thing becomes important every 2 weeks thing is exhausting. I think it has led to some of the, jellyfish style discussion we've had. I think everybody in this region wants to get this deal done, and then we move on to the next big thing.
Everybody wants to move on. Everybody wants to get this deal done, and he's right about that. But it's going to wait a little longer. Might wait a lot longer. Who knows? Because yesterday, the Missouri House and the Missouri Senate basically decided they're done for the year. You heard from both sides, the House and the Senate side this morning. John Patterson, Speaker of the House. Lee Summit guy was on early. And then Mike Searpoy on the Senate side, Jackson County earlier this hour as well. And they both said that, you know what, it wasn't going to happen. The Chiefs-Royals funding that came to be in the last 48 hours. So now the only hope on that front is to have a special session. John Patterson seemed to believe that maybe this could get done next month in June. Searpoy on the Senate side seemed to believe that we may be looking at September before a potential state funding mechanism comes to fruition from Missouri for the Chiefs and the Royals. What was on the table was basically $20 to $25 million per year per team from the state of Missouri. That obviously was not able to get done. So now you've got this deadline for the Star Bonds coming up next month. The state of Kansas could extend that one more year to June of 26, but we'll just have to wait and see how all of that plays out. But Quinton Lucas saying, hey, you know what? You guys have been right on a lot of your reporting, and that's part of what I posted last night. I got a text from somebody in Kansas City media on Tuesday, and it read, props to you and Keatsman on the stadium coverage and commentary. 810 has barely discussed it up to this point. They spent more time discussing whether the NBA draft lottery is rigged and interviewed the new starting goalie for Sporting KC. Hope all is well. I'm a sports fan, but interviewing the new starting goalie for Sporting KC?
Nobody cares.
I mean, man, that's a stretch.
I like Sporting KC, but that would bore me as well.
Yeah, I mean, what? I mean, jeez.
I'm a football fan, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. And we'll leave you with this. It was 1 year ago today that the course of history changed. 1 year ago today, Wednesday, May 15th, of course, 1 year ago, Joe Biden dropped this video that changed 2024 forever.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Joe Biden challenged Donald Trump to a debate. May 15th of 2024. And that video was 15 seconds. It had about half a dozen upcuts to it. So it wasn't one clean shot. And we talked about it last year. I'm like, this guy couldn't record a 15-second video without multiple upcuts. He's screwed. Trump said, let's do it. They had that debate in June. And you know what? The rest is history, right? It was a complete debacle from there. It led to this amazing moment in that debate, and that was obviously the end of Joe Biden.
I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hey,
let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
I've seen you swing. I've seen you swing. You're not a 6. You're not an 8. Come on. Donald, if you carry your bag, I might die by the time I get to the first tee. But if you carry your bag, you're on, man.
Let's not act like children.
I can't believe 2024 actually happened. Like, man, what a year. And now we're reaping all the benefits here in 2025. Have a great day. Keatsman is next.